And a good Wednesday night, Thursday morning, everybody. I am 10 TV Chief Meteorologist Jerry Martz. We've been watching and tracking and talking about this severe weather potential for several days now, giving you a lot of lead time and advance notice on for the weather impact alert day. And the National Weather Service has issued a tornado watch that covers much of central Ohio. That goes through 4 o'clock in the morning because we are seeing some very violent storms working in from the west. And we're going to take a quick tour around central Ohio, downloading or giving you an update, I should say, on the latest warnings around Bucyrus, extreme northwestern parts of Mario County, Marion County. We're looking at those locations have that severe thunderstorm warning for another 30 to 45 minutes. And some of those thunderstorms have been rotating. Still, wind is the main threat, hail, high winds, but tornadoes not out of the question. We are, after all, under a tornado watch. And we're looking again further off to the south and west. We're going to take a little bit of a tour for you there. That does allow the opportunity for us to take a look at areas just to the west of Dayton right now. Those locations have been under some severe thunderstorm warnings. Another one just now issued for the second time this evening for Logan County, just west of Bell Fountain. But where you see these areas in the red, the areas west of Troy, west of Dayton, those are tornado warnings, radar indicated tornadoes. And in this case, that's something we're watching very carefully as that line begins to move to the east. Now, speaking of that line, there's a lot of green showing up, a lot of noise out ahead of that. Don't pay attention to that. We're really focusing on those areas. And you see, if you look closely, and a radar scan helps us do that, a couple of pockets of deeper red now southwest of Sydney, just north of Eaton and just north of Oxford near Miami. And those are the areas that have been producing those rotating storms. These storms are moving northeast at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. So generally speaking, safe for that severe thunderstorm right now north of Delaware in Marion and over near Kenton and Bucyrus. Those storms to the west near Dayton are going to take another 1 to 2 hours to get here, but there's a lot more where those came from, and that's what we're tracking and watching tonight. So that's one of the main concerns, that this is going to be a really long event, and we'll continue to watch that as we look at the situation evolving tonight. Bigger picture then, expanding that view just a bit, that does show those storms kind of showing some bowing or arching characteristics and a lot of lightning all the way back down to the southwest into eastern Indiana. So one of the things we're going to do this evening and go all night is to take your questions on our live stream on 10 TV Plus, but you can also watch the live stream on Facebook, and you can text your questions from any mobile device to 614-460-3345. So just keep that in mind with your questions. At this point, we'll begin to see a little bit of that disruptive weather and maybe give you some bit more detailed answers. Everybody wants to know exactly when it's going to hit, and we're going to walk you through that coming up in the next couple of minutes. But we appreciate joining us on 10 TV Plus, and hopefully this helps you be prepared, get some advance warning and notice of those storms as they come in. And we're going to be on at least at the top of every hour, and probably more frequently as that severe weather threat expands eastward. So 10 weather impact forecast for us continues through 5 o'clock in the morning because of those severe thunderstorms that are possible. You need to be ready, be aware, stay weather connected, and again, keep that in mind as you are trying to get some rest this evening. That's going to be difficult for many of us as we go through the next several hours. And again, that threat through 5 a.m. So let's walk through that. We kind of gave you a look at what the situation is now, but let's walk through that with a bit of our computer model. And this has been updated about every hour. And it's a pretty similar story in where that severe threat is the worst and when. Unfortunately, it's overnight for just about everybody in central Ohio, and that continues to be a problem. But we're going to tee it up right now at midnight, clearly seeing some of that disruptive weather to the north and west of Columbus. Stopping right around 1 o'clock in the morning, a little cell around Washington Courthouse out ahead of the main line, and then a few more to the north and west of Marysville. Getting to 2 o'clock in the morning, you see that getting closer to Delaware, Marion, Bucyrus again, London and Washington Courthouse. 2:30 in the morning, that just basically cuts Franklin County west of I-71 with the worst weather around Delaware too, Mount Vernon, and down near western parts of Pickaway and Ross County. And then that moves to the east, and that severe weather take a bit more of an easterly trek around Lancaster, Newark, Circleville, and down toward Chillicothe. 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning, still some disruptive weather trying to get close to Columbus. I think that's going to move a little east a little faster than that, and by 4 or 5 a.m. we're going to see some more showers coming back into play, but that severe threat will be diminishing as we get to about 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we've got a lot of questions coming in. We're looking at why do storms break up is a great question and go around downtown Columbus. That is a good question. There might be a little bit of science behind that, but generally speaking, especially with a storm of this strength and magnitude, that's not likely to happen. Do we need to take cover in Marion? Right now, we're under a severe thunderstorm warning from Marion, but they're not a tornado. So just to be on the safe side, sure, take the necessary precautions, stay away from windows. The one thing we've talked about several times is we don't want to see your pictures and your videos of the storm. We want you to do what you need to do to keep your family safe. So that's something that's really important, Marion. That severe thunderstorm warning goes until 12:30, another 25 minutes. Crawford, Marion, Seneca, and Wyandotte County until 12:45. So that's something we're watching. Here's the radar scan on that particular storm. We'll get a little closer in for you up there in Marion since you asked. Upper Sandusky, that is in Crawford County, over toward, Bucyrus. Also just north and east of that in Caledonia, Crawford and Wyandotte counties, and then west near LaRue, western parts of Marion County, and then Kenton. Those are areas we're looking at around Hardin County. So again, the severe weather threat in some of these locations, mainly damaging winds, but hail and very heavy rain is possible. So keep that in mind. Take a look at some other, take a radar scan, and I'll try and find out some of these questions for us as we're watching the evolution of these storms moving east, getting a little closer to Champaign and Clark County right now. Is Chillicothe supposed to get tornadoes? Can't answer that. I'm not sure who asked that right now in the past minute. Certainly under the threat. That will be a little bit later, probably after 2 a.m. Why is Grove City estimated, when, is Grove City estimated to get hit? I want to go to bed before work in the morning, but nervous too. And that's a problem a lot of folks are going to face. I'm going to track it out for you and time it for you. This is as good estimate as we're able to give at the current time. Grove City, of course, southwestern Franklin County. There's one cell moving through about 1 a.m. That main line gets in about 2 to 3 a.m. would be the worst of it, I think, for Grove City, and even some rumbles after that, but the severe threat should be moving on through. Likelihood of getting an EF3 or higher in Columbus. Cannot make that distinction, unfortunately. I don't have that level of detail in our forecast. If Pickaway County still under tornado watch? Yes, until 4 o'clock. How bad should Marysville get hit tonight? At least one round of severe weather and storms in Marysville. We'll back this up for a second. Show Marysville on the map there. Looks like the timing of that around 1:30 till about 2:30 a.m. for Marysville. Mount Gilead, Coshocton County, just kind of rotating through some of these counties. Coshocton County a little bit later. That's about 3 to 4:30 in the morning. Lancaster, Fairfield County. Appreciate all the questions about the locations here. 2:30, about 2 o'clock in Fairfield County. Hit once by 3 o'clock, and then again, it looks like by 3:30. And this last area coming through should not be as severe. It would certainly be disruptive, 4 to 5 a.m. And that's something we're watching. But it looks like once this main line moves through, generally speaking, the severe weather threat will decrease. That doesn't mean we won't get some rain and thunderstorms through 4 and 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning, but the severe weather threat will decrease. So that's the snapshot what we think things will look like around 5 o'clock. Bucyrus, thank you for checking in. Take shelter right now. Sirens going off in Bucyrus. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for Bucyrus, but a lot of the times these sirens are triggered by local, either county or township emergency managers. So I can't answer that question exactly around Bucyrus. They are under that severe thunderstorm warning, another 20 minutes. Our friends up to the north there in Crawford County. We're going to zoom in a little closer to look. That's the area, Texas, Cranberry, North Robinson, Bucyrus, just west of Crestline and Galleon. Again, Crawford County. The radar scan for you right now shows the worst weather to you, just to your west and south, but it's moving in. We're going to put a track on that at about 50 miles an hour. It's moving in, so we're going to have to zoom out a little bit here for you. I know there's a lot going on in the map. Just bear with me for a second. I'm going to put an arc on that storm and then move it northeast at about 55 miles an hour. So Bloomville, Venice, Bucyrus, 1240, Vermilion about 1 o'clock, and Shelby at 1:06. So that's something that we're watching pretty closely for that particular storm to the north. So keep that in mind, and we'll be doing the same for you. Clearing that out then. We'll take another radar vantage point, a little bigger perspective for you to the southwest there. And is Marion going to get hit badly? Be on guard everywhere in central Ohio. How concerned should Northeast Columbus? These questions are coming in too fast for me to answer them. I'm sorry, I'm doing my level best. Southwest Ohio changes direction after it hits the river. Not sure that's scientifically sound. Maybe it's just some anecdotal evidence based on your experience there in Southwest Ohio, but at least in Central Ohio, that's what we're looking at. How bad is it going to be? Can you zoom in on Chillicothe? On Hilliard. I saw one thing and read another, so we're going to zoom in. Currently taking a look in and around Franklin County, and I'm not sure that this rain is even reaching the ground. It's just showing up on Columbus. It's not really. It's just a lot of extra green from the various radar sites that we're seeing. So no rain yet around Franklin County, but we're going to put again a lot here. We're going to try and make it simple for you as possible, and that would just simply allow us to leave the radar scan on there, and that will show. Put this into motion for you going back at least an hour, how fast those storms are moving in, and how there's a couple different lines. One to the north around Marion, another line west of Marysville, west of Union County, and a third line west of Cincinnati. And again, these disparate lines are something we're watching very closely. So just hearing some additional information, that severe thunderstorm warning has now been included. Let's go back just a swatch here. Includes Marion. I think that was already the case. I think we got a new warning in. It's going to take a second to figure out where exactly that is. I'm going to zoom out here. So appreciate the questions. Again, we're looking at that tornado watch, in case you're wondering. That goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. Here's a current look at the current severe thunderstorm warnings. Just east of Dayton, most of these areas in orange are severe thunderstorm warnings. Some of them are showing rotation. And then areas that we're seeing in the red, just west of Dayton, those are some embedded thunderstorms within that particular line. So we're on 10 TV Plus this evening. We're also streaming on 10 TV Facebook page and also on YouTube. Again, really appreciate the questions. Can you tell if Grove City will get a tornado? No. And we get a lot of those questions. Hail associated with this line. Not as much as was the case this morning with some quarter or even $half size hail, but it's not out of the question to see some hail. Should be worried in Grove City tornado. We're under a tornado watch. That means that anybody really in central Ohio is under the threat of getting a tornado. When will the storm go through Lewis Center, Delaware County? A lot of folks have little ones out there and they're concerned about that. So we'll put a track on that. Then I want to spend at least a couple of minutes talking about how to keep you and your family safe, which is really important, something that you've got a little time to think about now. Maybe want to use that time wisely. If you haven't made a plan, don't despair. You still can at least put the pieces together. Here's what we're looking at in Delaware County, getting clipped around 12:30. Cell works its way north towards you about 1 to 1:30 in the morning, and then the main line looks to go through between 1:30 and 2:30 a.m. And now let's get to a couple of those safety items. A lot of questions coming in about what to do if you're in a house. So we'll take it location by location. If you're under a tornado warning, right now we're under a watch, which means watch and be careful. If you're under a warning, that means that you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. In this situation, kind of a schematic of a house, garage, bedroom, living room, kitchen are all adjacent to the outside. Those are your least good choices. Hallway, bathroom, stairs, interior. And bathroom is normally a little stronger. It just has a little bit of reinforcement because of the plumbing and some other structural areas. That's a good idea. Deck, not a good idea. We don't want your pictures and video. Please stay inside and stay safe. Underneath everything is the basement. That is the best place to be. If you have a basement, again, go low and get down below the surface. Now, if you are in an apartment building, 1 floor or more, you want to try and get to the lowest floor. If a tornado warning is issued for you, Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. There's a common theme there. Use a blanket, pillows, or helmet to shield you from debris. Obviously, some of the similar guidelines apply. If you can get to a sub-garage, that's the best place to be, but do not go near windows. You want to get to an interior hallway, an interior structure, an interior stairwell, if at all possible. Then we take a look at if you're in a mobile home. Best advice is to leave the mobile home. That doesn't have the structural integrity to really maintain and make its way through a tornado. Move to a safe shelter. Be ready and have a plan. You still have some time. Even though it's after midnight, you still have some time to make that plan. And also, if you're in a car, that's something that you want to get out of. Try and drive to a safe spot if you can. For example, if you can get to a gas station or somewhere that might be a strong structure, that's something that you should try and do. Get down in a car and cover your head and leave that car if you have no other choice, and find a ditch or a ravine. So, Marion County, thank you, Michael, for that update, 70-mile-an-hour plus. Is that a warning or is that an observation?
Warning.
A warning. So they've got a significant tornado warning, or thunderstorm warning in Marion County that is significantly severe. And that's a little different than some of the other ones we currently watch and look at because of the possibility there of being, I'm going to put a color code on this for you and show you what we're talking about here. That simply means that this particular thunderstorm has been a little stronger than some other thunderstorms. You do see that outline there. We've got some color coding to that 70-mile-an-hour wind. So that is a destructive thunderstorm in and around Marion. So that's the latest of the radar scan for us. Take a look at the radar for you right now in a closer inspection. As we get really down close around Marion, we're looking at Morrill, Big Island, Green Camp, New Bloomington, Layru, Prospect, Waldo, Caledonia. That storm is moving northeast at least 50 miles an hour. So I'm going to put a track on that, and that'll show some of the towns and communities, including Bucyrus, down just toward Richwood, moving northeast. This is right about 50 miles an hour. Green Camp, Marion, Bucyrus, 1222 to 1230. Again, this is not a tornado warning, but this is a significant severe thunderstorm warning, meaning that winds over 70 miles an hour. That's almost hurricane strength winds in this particular thunderstorm. So if you're in Bucyrus, New Haven, Galleon, Wakeman, or Oberlin between now and 1:16 a.m., I encourage you to follow the same guidelines that you would if there was a tornado. Seek shelter, stay away from the windows, go inside. It's going to be very rough for a short period of time as that cell moves through. So we're going to get a closer look right now, kind of in between radar sites. Let me go back and look at probably Cleveland would be the closest one. So we're going to go to, just kind of clean things up a little bit here, gives it a little bit less noise. So that allows for that area just around Bucyrus to be a little cleaner. We'll put a track on that for you too, as that moves northeast, again at about 50 miles an hour. And we're looking at that storm around Venice, Ridgefield, Bronson, and Vermilion between 12:19 and 1:09 a.m. So that's, again, that severe, significantly severe thunderstorm around Marion, 70+ miles an hour. So that, we're going to leave that radar scan up for a second, go back to some of our questions. What if my apartment is on the 3rd floor and there's no lower floor shelter area? Do not go outside. Do not wait outside. Oh, do not go outside of your apartment building. If you can go to a lower floor, that's better than being on the 2nd or 3rd floor. So a little bit of advice there. Have these storms weakened any? Unfortunately, they have not. We're in Children's Hospital in Columbus on the 8th floor. Any advice? I'm sure that Children's Hospital, as all the hospitals, have their own protocol. I appreciate the question. The advice is still the same. Stay away from windows. If there's a tornado warning for the hospital, I'm sure they have a plan to move the patients and their families to the safest possible location in a matter of minutes. That would be an interior hallway, is much safer than a room with windows. Lowest floor in the hospital is safer than the upper floors, and that might be a bit of a challenge. But again, you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Can you show us how to read the radar and what looks bad? We can give you a quick crash course on that, no pun intended. Destructive thunderstorm, I'm going to just update this for us quickly. That has been extended. That is north and east. that includes parts just north of Bucyrus, so that includes parts of Crawford County. 70 miles an hour wind again. Thank you, Michael. Printer is a little warm this evening. That's till 1:15 a.m. Severe thunders located along a line near Green Springs and Bucyrus, moving east at 55. 70 mile an hour gusts are possible. So again, we're going to take a quick look at that particular storm, again around Bucyrus. Zoom in pretty close there. It's the most active weather we have right now, just east of Nevada near Likens, Wyandotte, and headed over towards central Crawford County. I'm going to zoom back out again. It says northeast, or moving east at 55, excuse me. Kind of doing this on the fly, so we'll get the area we're most concerned about and push that east at 55. Let me do that again. Sorry, it was only at 50. I want to get the right speed on here to give you some good information. Still, I need to zoom out further still because the storm's moving so quickly, so bear with me for just a second. Here we go. This is the storm we're tracking. Again, Crawford County. Now it's moving east. There we go, 55 miles an hour. Bucyrus, Galleon, 1237. Mansfield, 1252. Richland, Ashland County. Lafayette, 117. Getting a bit out of the viewing area, but toward Worcester over east of I-71. So again, something that tracking that particular storm, and that does cause some reason for concern. And there's a look at the latest severe thunderstorm warnings to the north of Columbus. We've got a couple to the west of Columbus. And then we've got, at the moment, as I scan this, it's just 12:21. I thought those were going a little longer, but there are no active tornado warnings in Ohio at the moment, but I would not be surprised to see some of those spin up and spin down. So let me go back to the question real quick that one of the audience members had asked. That's, hey, what's this radar thing? What are you looking at here? So you see the sweeping lines. We're going to zoom out. We have multiple radar sites around central Ohio. The larger radars, Cleveland, Fort Wayne, around Wilmington, Indianapolis, Pittsburgh, Charleston, West Virginia. The radar sends out a little beam of energy, and what it gets back is what we see. Where it gets a little bit of energy back, then it's a lighter, darker green. A lot of energy would be heavier rain, and we get some deeper colors, some exceptionally heavy rain, in an example around Marion. And if it's a deeper red or a purple, the possibility, at least for appearance sake, of some exceptionally heavy rain or some hail. So that's just a real quick 2-minute tutorial on how to read the radar. Now, of course, one of the most valuable things is to put this whole thing into motion. So if we put this into motion, you can tell how fast it's moving, and it helps kind of tell the story of the particular radar, what it's behaving like over the past hour. For example, we're going to look at some of these storms just west of Dayton. We're going to put those into motion over the last hour, and you can see what looks to be, at large scale, pretty solid line of storms. When you put that into motion, you can see 3 or 4 smaller little pieces of that line that are actually where those tornado warnings were. Similarly, we're seeing some rotation around Brookville. If you look at this particular area right around here, we're going to watch that, put that into motion for you. That over the last hour, again, is showing some circulation at a broad scale. So that's the lesson. That's as much as we have time for right now. We're going to go to another severe thunderstorm warning in the area. That is for Hardin, Logan, and Union County now for 60 miles an hour wind. Hail less than 3/4 of an inch, but still substantial. And that storm is also something we're watching very closely at the hour. So that is hazard 60 mile an hour gust. This one's moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So again, that's something that we're watching closely. So we're going to kind of level set here. We're coming up almost on 12:30, and the way things are playing out, we're not going to get a break. We're going to stay here, and we're just going to bring you ongoing severe weather coverage for the foreseeable future. Erica Calora has joined us. Michael Behrens is in the house. So we'll have multiple meteorologists carrying us through the nighttime hours and into the morning. So there's a look at the radar scan as it stands. I'm going to kind of reset things here. Just give me a second, working back over toward, if we can, the weather wall for a minute. If not, there's the tornado watch that goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. That includes a good chunk of the 10 TV viewing area. Marion, Columbus, east toward Hocking County, Fairfield County, Licking County. All those things and all those locations are under a severe weather threat. So we're watching them very, very closely. Looking at the warnings, for example, off toward the north, the warnings Bucyrus, Marion, and Upper Sandusky. Those are the current severe thunderstorm warnings. Further off toward the areas to the south and west, those additional severe thunderstorm warnings. Earlier work accompanied by tornado warnings, but you see that line, a kind of solid area of orange that now includes Hardin County and northwestern parts of Logan County, and then further off toward the south and the west. This is just outside of the 10 TV viewing area, but this is ominous, just the sheer volume of the severe thunderstorm warnings as they are moving into western and central Ohio, of course. So keep that in mind if you're west of us, arriving a little bit earlier, west of Columbus, I should say, south and east a little bit later. So let's put some radar onto that. And we just talked about that. And again, it's a lot to look at, so we're going to walk you through that quickly. If we're going to zoom out for just a bit, that does show kind of a bigger picture. Then we'll begin to zoom back into a few spots. Even though we're seeing some green in and around Franklin County, not yet rain reaching the ground, perhaps a shower around Chillicothe. But it really is the area to the north and to the west where we're getting those storms. You see those deeper reds and yellows and oranges, and then you see those outlines with the severe thunderstorm warnings. Those are the locations we're looking at. In and around Marion, and again northeast toward Bucyrus. We're going to take a closer look, and that's probably the closest one to us. And getting the map going there, that will allow us to move off toward the north and really put some more information on the map for you in those areas we're concerned about. A little zoom in closer to those spots around Bucyrus in particular. That's what we're looking at again around Marion. There's Bucyrus, Tiffin to the northwest, Upper Sandusky. In this area, again, this additional thunderstorm warning is something we're watching very closely. We're going to put another level of information on here for you that does show the area that we're watching. And this is just a visual key to us and to you, that there are multiple kinds of thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. When we see some thunderstorm warnings that have just an orange boundary, that's a regular severe thunderstorm warning. Not to be dismissive of that, because it still means hail, high winds, or combination of that, and of course very heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. When we see this area which is bounded by yellow and orange, subtle but important, that's the one we're looking at right now just north of Bucyrus. That area around Crawford County, that shows a 70+ mile an hour wind gust. And as I said a moment ago, 70 mile an hour plus, that is near hurricane strength. If and when we get orange with a black boundary, that is a rotating severe thunderstorm warning. That has a higher likelihood of producing a tornado. So those are all little visual cues to us, and just a little bit of inside baseball for you this evening as we're tracking this particular storm. And again, we thank you for joining us on 10 TV Plus. So that's a look at some of the colors that you're seeing on the map. Of most importance right now, we're going to zoom into Bucyrus and take a look at what our friends are dealing with right there. In that particular location, we're looking again just west of North Robinson, just west of Cranberry. Texas, you're almost in the clear, but Bucyrus, you're not. Closer inspection to downtown Bucyrus. There's Brandywine, there's Holmes. A couple of roads on here for you, some familiar roads. There's Route 30 cutting right north of town. There's 100, there's the north-south road, State Route 4. Still under the area of significant, severe, violent thunderstorm right now as it moves northeast. So we're going to put a track on that for you. We'll zoom back out again in a moment just to give you some perspective, but put a track on that one first as it's moving east at about 60 miles an hour. So I need to give myself a little bit of real estate here to draw out this storm track for you. We'll do this in a particular squall line because it is a little bit of a linear thunderstorm for us. It's dropping again in that direction, moving east at about 55 to 60 miles an hour. So we're talking about Norwalk, about 1237, Amherst, 1256, North Ridgeville, and out towards Strongsville by 1:18 p.m. So again, that storm is really moving east and is getting closer to the Cleveland area up toward Worcester and Akron and Canton. Further off toward the south, another storm that we're watching just north of Marion. Zoom down a little bit on that area to get a closer perspective there. That thunderstorm right now just north of Marion County, over toward Crawford County, again moving east at a pretty similar clip. That is north of Delaware right now, but it might not stay that way for long. Kind of just a little track on the southern end of that storm, moving east at a pretty similar speed. Caledonia, Galion, and Mount Gilead, east of the thunderstorm warning, but still in the track of that storm. Belleville, Perrysville, 104, Nashville, 115, and Millersburg at 1:27 a.m. A little further off toward the west, I'm going to get rid of that. We're going to move the map for you and give you a little perspective. Off toward the west, again, those thunderstorms, these are the kind that are just garden variety thunderstorms. Again, hail, up to an inch. And then we're looking at winds nearly 60 miles an hour from those storms. We are seeing the designation west of Springfield now of that severe thunderstorm warning that has a little bit of that possible rotation to it. Similarly, the one between Troy and Dayton. And we actually ran into this on Sunday when the thunderstorms get exceptionally really close or right over the radar in Wilmington. It doesn't behave because it can't point straight up and kind of scan things. So I'm very interested to see what happens to the radar once it moves to the east of that radar site. So quick update for you. 10 TV Plus coming up on 12:30 this morning. We're extending and getting your questions. We appreciate the input and the feedback on the 10 TV Facebook page. You can text us 614-460-3345. We're going to be continuing coverage here on 10 TV Plus for quite a while, keeping you updated and keeping you safe. Of course, we've got the rest of the night to go through. And we're going to be continuing to provide those updates and give you information through at least 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And then by the time we get to 4:25, 10 TV News this morning will begin taking over. I do think that the majority of the severe weather threat will be moving through by then, but it still leaves us with about 4 hours of some pretty dicey weather as that system moves on through. So keep that in mind. Again, we're looking at the very active weather night with some violent storms. Hopefully you've taken some advice and got the plan in place, but if not, you still have a little time. So keep that in mind. We're going to zoom out again on the radar for you, kind of put things into motion here if you're just joining us. We appreciate that very much. We're looking at some severe weather just to the west of us, and that has been the case now, and to the north of Columbus, I should say. Marion, Mansfield, Bucyrus, we got an ongoing thunderstorm warning that is just about to move out of Crawford County. Another thunderstorm threat in and around Hardin County, and you see those thunderstorm warnings lining up all the way down south near Dayton. We're going to put this into motion for you just to show you some of the characteristics of some of these storms. And you do see what appears to be at the big picture, kind of a solid line of thunderstorms all the way back to the west. But if you look in some of the details in that, you will begin to see some of the features and some of those individual cells are beginning to spin. So let's put that into motion for you. And that shows, if you just kind of bear with us and let it go through once or twice, you do see those lines and those storms in some of those individual cells beginning to break out. And sometimes when the cells break out and kind of have a one-off or take off on their own, sometimes they will strengthen as they won't be kind of tied to that particular line of storms. And if you watch this area right here that seems to break into 3 very quickly as it moves through, you'll also notice that the storms will almost always ebb and flow. It is a constant state going 100 miles an hour. The storms will strengthen and then weaken and then strengthen and then weaken. And oftentimes it's during those strengthening and weakening cycles that we'll see some better opportunity, unfortunately, for tornadoes. And then as the storm wanes, then that threat will decrease, but also continue through the next couple of hours, doing that same kind of cyclical nature. So that's what some of the things we're watching as the storms move on through. We're going to zoom out further still just to give you a bit more perspective on exactly what we're dealing with for the rest of the evening for you. All the way down to Cincinnati, Kentucky, that line continues. We do see a back end to it as we get toward Indianapolis, but that still is a long way to go between central Ohio and central Indiana. So that's something that to keep in mind. It's going to be a very long night of disruptive weather for all of central Ohio as we move through the next couple of hours. We're going to slow that down for you and just kind of pause it, kind of keep it steady state for you. Again, not seeing any real rain of consequence in and around Franklin County, around to the north, Delaware, Newark, and down to the south near Fairfield County. To the west, however, is really seeing that active weather beginning to move back in. So let's check in on some of your questions and see some of the folks on Facebook and on our phone number at the bottom there. I keep forgetting to mention that, but it's pretty important to note that you can text your questions to us at 614-460-3345, and we'll get those questions in real time and try to answer them. How bad do you think Lancaster will get hit? And another question about rotation. So we'll answer both of those questions right now. And going in Lancaster, in terms of the future radar for us, just flip to that for a moment, and then I'll talk about rotation in a particular thunderstorm and some of the things that we look at and the National Weather Service is looking at as we are watching that threat. So this is some constantly updating model information, so there might be some slight variations as you're joining us from time to time. You're talking specifically about Lancaster. Oh, there we are. Thank you for letting me reset for a moment. That will be looking like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. That line moves through, but it kind of slows down a bit. So probably about 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock would be the window for our friends in Lancaster. And behind that, Circleville, Lancaster, Columbus, that's not severe weather. That's not likely to be severe weather, but just kind of a continued soaking rain in some spots. Here's the snapshot. Delaware, Columbus, Circleville, Washington Courthouse, Mount Gilead at 2:30 in the morning. Some of these spots were hit really hard earlier today. Some of these spots are getting hit this evening, so this will be the third time in about 18 hours that we're getting hit by some strong storms. And let's go back for a moment to the question that you had asked about what are some of the things we look for in rotation. Not to get too sciencey and geeky, because we do have some severe weather going on. We'll just take a second, because this may actually help as maybe you're looking at radar online, or maybe you're watching us and you can pick something out on your own. One of the things we look at when we're looking at the radar for rotation is what we call the storm relative velocity. And that basically looks at the storm as if they're spinning. And some of these colors are a little jarring, but what we're looking at, we'll go to the west here, because there might be an opportunity to show some of that. This storm around Dayton, for example, this is not your standard radar look, but what we are seeing and we're looking for in pretty close proximity are this, where the wind is rotating. The green, the wind is coming toward the radar. The red is where it's going away. And sometimes, that broader rotation, like an ice skater, will begin to shrink and get smaller, and that rotation will then increase and reach the ground, and that's when we have a tornado. So for just real basic radar 101, where you see red and green together, that's bad. Where red and green stays together for a long time, that's worse. And when it's really, really small, that oftentimes can lead to a tornado. So that is what that's what we're looking at in terms of that rotation for you. And that, just an opportunity there. So let's go back to the regular radar scan then, where that rotation is happening. And can't really see a very clear signal here. It looks like they just updated the radar scan. Again, we're getting several different radar scans coming in from different sites, but they're still under what appears to be a severe thunderstorm warning in that location. Again, this is west of Huber Heights, west of Dayton, familiar to many folks in central and western Ohio, but out of the 10 TV viewing area. Just kind of went there for illustration purposes. But here's the main line that we're looking at. Still forecast to move through between now and about 4 o'clock in the morning. And by then, we'll be picking up our coverage on 10 TV, on 10 TV News this morning. Get to some more of your questions. Got London. I'm getting a lot of these questions, so we'll kind of go back to this radar scan for us in a moment. This is looking at a couple of different things in real time here, so I appreciate your patience. There's a snapshot. London gets clipped around 1 o'clock in the morning. Madison County between about 1:30 and 2:30 in the morning. That's the window of the worst weather. Possible additional shower around London, 3, 4, 5 a.m. And then a swath of some more rain coming back in around 4 or 5. So multiple opportunities for rain in London and Madison County, some heavy rain at times. But I think the biggest threat for severe weather and strong storms will be between about 1 a.m. and 3 through 3:30 a.m. for London. That's Madison County. So again, really, these questions are lighting up faster than I can get to them, and appreciate your patience with some of the fits and starts of some of our graphics and just getting back and forth. There are a lot of different people, a lot of different questions. Raining in Hilliard, thank you. And also something else to keep in mind. We don't have eyes and ears everywhere, especially in the middle of the night. If you have a weather report, again, we don't want your pictures or videos. We want you to be safe. But if you can safely give us a weather report of what it's doing there, we would appreciate that. And you can just text it to us, 614-460-3345. That number's at the bottom of the screen. And we would also be able to field those questions on your Facebook page as well. So on our Facebook page, send them to the 10 TV Facebook page live. Blacklick, Ohio, Morrow County, just thunder. I got some information there. That's yes. Just a quick look at the radar scan there in Morrow County. You can see this is a little bit different than just a couple of moments ago. These areas of severe thunderstorm warnings in the extreme northeastern corner of Hardin County. That area will probably be taken down. Kenton, that's Crawford County. Hardin County, Kenton, see how under that severe thunderstorm warning, and that goes until 1:15, so another 35 minutes there. All right. About Fountain, Logan County, that severe thunderstorm warning that just clips western Union County around Richwood. That goes until 12:45 as well. And just giving you a quick tour here of the other warnings that are getting close. Again, this line is breaking up, but as I said a couple minutes ago, it's not a constant acceleration or an intensification. Oftentimes, these things ebb and flow. I want to do a quick run through of just kind of a big picture approach as to what we're expecting between now and the wee hours of the morning. We may issue this weather impact alert now for a couple of days, and that's why, because through 5 o'clock in the morning, the expectation of severe weather will continue. So this severe storms will be possible. All severe weather threats are on the table. Stay connected, stay informed. Some common sense things might be a little bit hard to remember when you're anxious about the storms coming in. Make sure your cell phone is charged. If you have a battery backup, that's charged too. One other thing that came to mind in our newsroom this evening, if you have somebody that relies on a medical device, perhaps an oxygen tank or something else that's medically necessary, it might be battery operated, try and find a battery backup. And if you can, when you can, safely get to a nearby fire station or police station or a hospital, they will be able to help you out in getting power back to that device. But something to keep in mind too, when you're making your plan, you're seeking shelter, there are 4 things that we really emphasize, and they're easy to remember. Take care of your people, take care of your pets. You've got important papers, keep those close by, and also your pharmaceuticals. That's a much longer word, but it's very important. Doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, but you might need that medication. You or a loved one might need a medication if by chance you might not be able to get back to your kitchen or your house, or you would keep those medicines in the bathroom. So something to think about. You don't need to take everything all at once, just the things that might get you through the day. Wear shoes, because if you come out, there might be some damage. And this is advice just for a severe thunderstorm warning too. If you have to go to shelter or if you need to vacate, you want to make sure that you've got shoes, because again, you can come out to debris everywhere that will not be friendly to your bare feet. Slippers or sandals or something to cover the bottom of your feet. And if you are in a situation, hopefully you've got that plan. I promised, but I didn't have time to do it. I'll hopefully get it to you soon. A couple of examples of weather radios. This might be more advice for down the road rather than something at 12:42, because the Amazon man's not going to deliver in the middle of the night. But a severe weather radio, National Weather Service radio, the easiest and best, most reliable way to get weather information. Cell phone is a very good other way to get that, but if the cell phone dies, if the cell towers go down, or if you lose connectivity, that's a problem. So just have more than one way to get that weather information, and 10 TV Plus is a very good example of doing that. So still appreciate the weather coming in. Raining and thundering in London, Madison County. Thank you for the weather update there. Hilliard, some strong wind gusts. Yeah, it's kind of getting closer. Those wind gusts kind of leading out a little further from the line of storms. So let's go to the radar scan for you and look at some of these spots. I really do appreciate that. Holmes County, just north of Bucyrus, not doing much. Thank you for the update there. They said the sirens were going off in Bucyrus. Again, that's a local decision. Somebody's pressing that button. But it's something that, that if a tornado warning, yes. But one thing to keep in mind, you're probably inside tonight. You're probably watching us on your phone or on your TV. Tornado sirens are not meant to alert you inside. They're meant to alert you outside. Oftentimes you can hear them inside, but if the wind's blowing in a particular direction, or if you've got other things to concern yourself with, then you're not going to hear those sirens. So those are really only meant for outdoors protection. So you really need 3 ways to get those warnings. 1, if you're outside, the sirens, and 2 other ways to get those warnings if you're inside, because the sirens are not meant to be heard inside. So again, off my soapbox now. We live in a mobile home out in the country in Marysville. Please tell me the time frame that I should be worried about the most. Hello, Michael.
Hello, Jerry.
Michael Behrens has been doing fantastic work all evening. Are you joining us, Mike, or are you going to get some sleep?
Oh, I'll join you.
All right.
You've been talking for a while.
I have been, a little longer than expected. Thank you. Some of these questions are really good ones, kind of circling back to some key points about safety, depending on where you're at, and locations as well. Timing it out. Right now in Marysville, you're likely getting some thunder and lightning. At the moment, you're not under a severe thunderstorm warning. But timing that out, and again, this is changing. It's a little bit in flux. We're somewhat at their mercy in the short term of just watching kind of those storms move out in a linear fashion. In the longer term, just at the weather models we're looking at continually coming in. They're being updated constantly, so we're providing you fresh information. So they might change from half hour to half hour or hour to hour, so just keep that in mind. We're not holding any information back to keep you watching. We're just letting you know and being transparent that as we get new information in, we're passing it along to you. Marysville, Union County, about 1 a.m., so another 15 or 20 minutes, moving that through, that worst of which appears to be around 1:30 in the morning till about 2:30 in the morning. That line then moves through in the east, and you're out of the severe threat in Union County by about 2:30 in the morning. So between 1 and 2:30, I think, is the worst of that. What have you got to add, Michael? Thank you.
I'll just give you a little break for a little bit. You've been
appreciate
talking
that.
for probably about 40 minutes now.
I said I had to get a coffee 45 minutes ago. It just never materialized. So
Yeah.
I'm going to go grab that right now. But again, the tracking the storms, appreciate the updates too, and kind of handing stuff to me in real time. Any additional thoughts? I've been kind of tracking in real time. You've been looking at any other, anything else from any other organization or models or what?
Well,
what's on your mind? And
the good news is right now, I mean, we haven't seen a whole lot of rotation in this line at the moment. But I mean, there's still quite a bit of distance for this line to work its way across Ohio. Lots of things that can change within the line as it progresses through. So I don't think we're out from under the gun yet just because we haven't had any tornado warnings in our region yet. These storms really still knocking on our door. We've got several of those severe thunderstorm warnings in our region, several of them that have been for incredibly strong winds. So again, these will be things that we all watch very carefully as we head through the next few hours and these storms push our direction. Just a quick note for director friends in the back, if we could switch to Max 2 for me. That's where I'll be working out over the next little bit. As these storms push through central Ohio tonight, we'll be watching a round of some rather strong weather pushing our way. Let's go ahead and get a quick recap of where the warnings are right now. Several warnings in place across central Ohio. The ones that are in place for the bulk of our counties are just these two up in Hardin and Logan County. The good news is with this particular severe thunderstorm warning, this one is just a baseline severe thunderstorm, if we'll call it that. That would be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and possibility of not quite to an inch in diameter hail, but close to it, up to about 3/4 inches in diameter hail. That warning goes for another half hour or so, expiring at 1:15 here this morning. Not quite inside our counties just yet, but really knocking on the door toward our southwest. This is out towards Cincinnati, just south of Dayton. This is a stronger thunderstorm warning in place right now. That one is a considerable thunderstorm warning, which means it has winds up to 70 miles per hour. And they've just now extended our severe thunderstorm warning off of that one to the south. That's going to be kicking its way up just ever so slightly into portions of Fayette County. That's going to be in place until 1:30 this morning, that new severe thunderstorm warning for winds of 60 miles per hour and about, again, 3/4 inch diameter hail. So that's going to be our newest warning out there, Western Fayette County included in that particular alert. Otherwise, again, really just kind of clipping portions of our viewing area. Again, that includes parts of Greene County, not quite up to Clark County, maybe far east at 75. So moving at quite a good pace there. These storms are going to be pushing their way into the region over the next little bit. And as we mentioned that, we have another new severe thunderstorm warning. This one up further to the north. Also just one of the more baseline severe thunderstorm warnings, so to speak. This particular one is up in our northern counties. You can see it covering portions of Marion County there over into portions of Crawford County, Morrow County, Wyandotte County. This goes until 1:30 this morning as well. Also, radar indicated threat, 60 mile per hour winds and 3/4 inch diameter hail. So these storms, again, right now haven't been tornadic, but that could change as we head over the next little bit. This storm up to the north, also moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. So we are picking up speed inside these storms as the newest ones come through central Ohio, and that's something worth keeping an eye on as we head through the next little bit. I'm going to go ahead and step over to the wall here and keep you up to date on these latest storms and do a little bit of storm tracking for you as we head through the next little bit here. These storms, again, going to be pushing off quite fast to the northeast at about 70 miles per hour. Those will be working their way through portions of central Ohio in the next hour or so, getting here toward that 71 corridor. We kind of told you our time frame here in the 71 corridor was going to be between about midnight and 2 a.m. and we're kind of seeing that play out fairly well. Let's go ahead and take a couple looks here at those storms as we push our way into central Ohio. First, we'll go to the one up north. Again, Marion County, Crawford counties. This is the storm coming out of Hardin County. This one moving quite fast. Again, we said northeast at about 70 miles per hour. So we'll put the latest storm track on that leading edge of this particular storm. We'll take it off to the northeast. I think I gave myself enough space for 70 miles per hour. Only just barely. So we'll get close to that at about 65. I need a little bit more room. We'll put a little bit more space in here on the map as these storms, again, moving rather fast off toward the north and the east. We'll track that leading edge there. Again, responsible for possibly up to 60 mile per hour winds as those storms push close to 70 miles per hour to the northeast. That's going to put it in Marion here very shortly, about 4 minutes for some of those strong winds to hit you guys if they're not hitting you already. Into Nevada by 12:57, Bucyrus by 1:04, Galleon by 1:12, Mansfield by 1:26, and Ashland by 1:35. So these storms are going to continue to work their way off to the northeast, again, moving at a good clip, producing those strong winds and possibly some hail as well. I don't think we're going to see as big a hail as we saw earlier in the day today. If you remember the first round of storms that came through, those guys packed some hailstones that were easily over an inch, inch and a half in some spots. I don't think we're going to quite get there with the storms we have tonight. I think the air mass has gotten a little bit warmer than what we saw earlier today. Let's go out to the state level, in fact, here before we zoom back in down to our other severe thunderstorm warning that we're watching at this hour. That's the one that's going to just barely work its way into Fayette County here in about the next hour or so. If you're in Fayette County, the bulk of the storm is still pretty far away from you. You got to head back, in fact, all the way to the other side of I-75 to really get to the strongest part of this storm. That's where we're seeing all of the lightning, all of the strong winds, and the potential for some hail as well. Again, we'll track this line because it's moving very fast, moving about 70 miles per hour. So we've only got about an hour here. This thing's moving about interstate speed before we get into Fayette County. Again, get this here to right about 70. That's going to put it into Franklin by 12:53, into Washington by 12:59, Wayne at 1:04, Xenia at 1:10, Jeffersonville 1:26, Washington Courthouse at 1:36. So about 40 minutes, a little more than 40 minutes for this to head your way, moving about highway speed up I-71 with that severe thunderstorm warning in place for just barely looks like it clips the extreme southwestern side of Union County, barely kind of clips Fayette County, covers Clinton County and Greene County. So this will be heading toward our viewing area as we head through the next hour and pushing its way in as we work our way through tonight. We'll go back to the bigger picture here across the state to show you the whole line of storms. Right now is still producing severe weather across the region, is still producing severe thunderstorm warnings, but right now no tornado warnings here in Ohio, which is good news because we were a little bit concerned about the risk factor for tornadoes as we head into this evening. I think it's still going to be something we have to stay concerned about. It's just we're not seeing any of that tornadic activity right now, which is again good news with this line. I want to zoom back in down to that line that's working its way toward Fayette County, because it looks like we just got a new update on that warning. That has now been upgraded. It appears to be a considerable threat severe thunderstorm warning right now. If I had to make a guess as for the reason on that change, it would be for the winds. Let's see if we can get that information up on screen here. Yeah, wind speed 70 miles per hour with that storm. So again, we are getting very strong winds. We're talking up toward those like tropical storm hurricane level type winds here. So this is going to be a very strong wind maker, not the biggest hail producer. We are getting some hail possible, but less than severe levels. That starts about an inch. Wind is going to be the biggest concern here with this storm as it pushes toward Fayette County. Keep in mind, you've got some time before the strongest part of the storm hits you. You are probably hearing thunder in Fayette County, in Washington Courthouse, in southern Union County, but that's not the severe part of the storm. That's further back toward the west, and that'll be working its way toward you in the next 40 minutes or so, probably closer to about a half hour now. We'll track that leading edge of the severe potential in the storm, and we'll carry it over into Fayette County. Again, about 70 miles per hour. That's going to be in the Wilmington area by 1:16 tonight, into Sabina by 1:25, Washington Courthouse by 1:34, Mount Sterling by 1:41, and Williamsport by 1:50. So this is all pushing our way, and all pushing our way fast, with that possibility for damaging winds in these storms. I want to switch views here on the radar, and we'll go to what we call velocity, which is again taking a look inside the storm to see how those winds are interacting with one another. And this is going to be where we see if there's any potential rotation in the storms. This is going to be where we see just kind of a picture of how strong those winds are. Right now, you see those very bright colors all the way down into Cincinnati. That is an indication of just how strong those winds are. Again, that warning's been upgraded to a 70 mile per hour wind. So this is very strong wind, likely the type of wind that's going to take trees down, the type of wind that could cause power outages out there as those trees come into contact with power lines, and the one that could do some roof damage too. This type of wind can take shingles off, knock over loose objects, throw around loose objects. All those types of things are a possibility. As we make our way further up the road toward Dayton, again seeing those strong wind signatures all the way along I-75 up into Dayton. Right now, I would say not seeing any particularly strong signs of rotation in there, which is good news. So we're not seeing that tornado threat, at least for the moment. That could change quickly, but for now, not looking so bad. We'll continue up the road into Urbana over toward Marysville. Again, picking up some strong wind signatures here in the storm. Nothing again that particularly looks super concerning at the moment. We'll continue that journey on up to our northern counties, Marion County, Crawford County, switches radars here over to Cleveland. Similar picture, winds definitely weaker on the northern side, and that's why we're seeing a lower tier severe thunderstorm warning on that northern side, only hanging around just the base level severe thunderstorm, which is not the, say it's not a bad storm, but 60 mile per hour winds, you'll notice the difference between that and 70 plus. Also not seeing much of the way of rotation potential there. We'll slide the radar over, see if we can switch to northern Indiana, and if we see anything different on their radar scan. Not particularly. Again, some gusty winds in there. Are we seeing anything that looks rotating? Not right now. So that's the good news out there when it comes to these warnings. At least for the moment, they are in place, and we are seeing thunderstorms across the region that are pushing through central Ohio. And those are packing some pretty strong winds, but they're not severe to the tornadic potential, at least at the moment. They are severe for the winds, though. Here's the look at what we're looking at right now. We got two warnings up north, one just outside our viewing area, another one that's up for portions of Marion County, over into Crawford County, Wyandotte County, all under this severe thunderstorm warning. This goes till 1:30. The one further to the south also going till about 1:30, but that's the one that's packing the stronger winds as of right now. We'll keep a close eye on all of these storms as they push through the region, and of course keep you up to date here on 10 TV Plus throughout the night as these storms continue to evolve. I'm going to take a look at our text line. You guys have really been making good use of that number. You can see it there on your screen, 614-460-3345. That is a great way to send us questions here tonight. If you do have any kind of concerns, if you have any kind of reports, anything going on in your area, that is a good way to send it. Got a message in here from Marion County. Says lots of heavy wind, sideways rain coming through there right now. Not surprised to see that ongoing at the moment. Again, up toward Marion County, we got kind of the heaviest part of that storm pushing through your area right now. And this has the possibility of at least 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with that part of the storm. So certainly going to be blowing things around pretty strongly at the moment. Got a report from Hardin County. Heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. Again, yep, that's heading through your area at the moment. Let me put the lightning back onto this map so you can see how many strikes we've got out there. Certainly seeing some good lightning shows across central Ohio tonight. And of course, that wind threat as these storms continue to push through. Question here about rotation close to Columbus. We're not into that heavy part of the storm yet, so there's currently no severe weather over Columbus. What we have here is just rain and maybe the occasional rumble of thunder. The severe part, the strong part of the storms is still back out toward the west. Report from Troy, rain and windy in Troy. Over toward Licking County, again, you got some heavy rain pushing through your area. Right now, though, nothing severe. The severe part is back further close to Bellefontaine, Urbana, Springfield, and that's all going to be pushing toward us in the next little bit. Although we were talking about not seeing rotation at the moment, though we do now have our first tornado warning close to the 10 TV viewing area. This is not quite inside our viewing area, but this is adjacent. Tornado warning coming out for looks like Greene County there on the map. So we'll be watching that carefully as that storm works its way toward us. We'll put the information up on screen. Greene County radar indicated tornado warning here that just came down. That'll be in place a very short period of time, only about 14 minutes here in place until 1:15 this morning in Greene County, again for that radar indicated threat. Let me see if I can get some more information up about that particular warning. North central Warren County, central Greene County, southeastern Montgomery County till 1:15 this morning. Radar indicated tornado was near Bellbrook, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and dive into that storm and see where we can find that particular rotation here. This is in really good range of the Wilmington radar. So if there is rotation in that storm, we should be able to see it quite clearly, and I think we do. Down here, right in there, is where we were looking at, southeast of Centerville. So again, in that Bellbrook area, southeast of Centerville, let's put that warning up on the map as well, help you guys see what we're looking at here. So there's that tornado warning. Again, southeast, you said southeast of Centerville, southwest of Bellbrook.
It's southwest of Bellbrook.
Southwest of Bellbrook, yep. So that's what we're looking at right now on your screen. What you're looking at here, the reds, those are areas of wind moving away from the radar. The greens, those are areas of wind moving toward the radar. So what you're seeing right there is that area of rotation in this storm moving northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So we'll put the track on this and really some, you never like to see the Xenia pop up on a map when you're tracking tornadoes, given, of course, the history of storms there. I don't think I gave myself quite enough room to track that storm. We got to make a little more space there. This is moving again northeast at 60 miles per hour, so it's moving fairly quickly. Assuming this particular storm were to hold it together and stay warned, it would be in Bellbrook here in just about 2 minutes. It would be in Xenia by 1:15 this morning, into Cedarville 1:22, South Charleston 1:33, South Vienna 1:38, potentially into London by 1:44. So this is going to be a storm very much worth watching as we see that threat evolve. If we see those warnings get closer to us here in central Ohio, we may end up bringing in our television friends as well. We're not quite to that point just yet, but we are tracking that particular portion of the storm very carefully to see how that evolves as it pushes towards central Ohio. We do have thunderstorm warnings, of course, that kick up into portions of Madison County there, Clark County, under those warnings as well. 60-mile-per-hour wind threat with that particular thunderstorm warning. We'll switch back over to the radar view here, the alerts view. You can see really heavy rain associated with this system. It's not going to be something that you go outside and you could say spot a tornado in. That is not going to be the type of weather that's coming through tonight. Everything that's coming through is going to be shrouded in very heavy rain, lots of wind blowing around as well, and again, possibility for some hail. We'll put that warning information on there for that warning covering portions of Clark, Greene, Madison, and Montgomery counties. That goes until 1:45 this morning. We'll be under that particular alert. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 3/4 inch diameter hail. Of course, the warning just to the south of that for 70-mile-per-hour winds and 3/4 inch diameter hail. And then now we have that tornado warning covering portions of Greene County as well. That one going for another 10 minutes. It's just outside the 10 TV viewing area right now, but assuming this continues to show signs of rotation, that warning could get extended and could push into the 10 TV viewing area really within the next half hour. So this is going to be the storm we're going to keep most of our attention on as we head into the next little bit. Right now, to say still some pretty strong signs of rotation coming into Bellbrook and into Sugar Creek there near Ohio 725. This would be the area of biggest concern that I'm seeing right now. I'll switch over to our debris detector, see if we see any signs there of confirmation for this tornado. I don't see anything right now. Of course, we've only been tracking this for a couple of scans, but we are still seeing those rotation areas in that storm, and that's going to be one worth watching here tonight, and of course keeping a close eye on as we move through the next little bit. Jerry?
So Michael, you're doing a fantastic job of keeping folks up to date, keeping everybody informed, and you just can't keep up with the thunderstorms. It's coming fast and furious this evening. I think you hit on a couple of key points that the storms are behaving kind of on the timeline that we thought, between 1 o'clock and 2 or 3 o'clock. I've noticed a couple of things, and you probably noticed this too, that we talked about what was just a solid line of severe weather across Indiana earlier today, now is becoming to show some individual concerning characteristics. One of the things we're watching, that southern part of that line, with that tornado warning, it's getting very close to the viewing area. This is not that similar, actually. It's eerily similar to what happened on Sunday. Yeah. With that long tornado warning, and several of them came out.
Really same part of the viewing area too.
Exactly.
Down on that southern line, south of Dayton, really, and then pushing northeast in the region.
Yeah. So a couple of things here. We're going to do a bit of a handoff. You got to be back tomorrow at some point, and you need to sleep. You need to finish your sandwich. You got a couple of bites left.
The sandwich can wait.
No, we honestly appreciate the dedication. That's everybody, and we appreciate the time and the question that you've been asking us. We do have something else. We're going to continue on 10 TV Plus for as long as necessary. We've got coffee, we've got water, we've got snacks. We're good. And one of the things we're doing is watching that tornado warning. If that tornado warning gets into our viewing area, we're not just going to be on 10 TV Plus. We're going to be on 10 TV, linear, call that channel as well. TV, yeah. And you'll be able to catch this online on the air. It's going to be streaming on the website. If you have the 10 TV mobile app, we're going to be streaming there as well. And we're looking pretty likely that that's going to happen, and it's going to be going for quite a period of time. If in between our hits on 10 TV Plus, if we decide to take a break or step away for a few minutes, we're going to put up what we call a weather wheel or a rotation. That's just some pertinent weather information that's going to kind of rotate through. Now it's tomorrow, so it's Thursday morning, and kind of and watch that. So you might not hear our voice, you might see some weather information, but we're going to be back very soon to explain it to you. So we're not going to take one of those breaks right now. We will in a few minutes. And then if that situation warrants Michael getting closer to being severe, we're going to go on and stay on.
And again, kind of the same area we were tracking yesterday. It looks like we do have another tornado warning that's down in Clinton County, and also looks to be parts of Warren County, riding right south of I-71 right now. So again, this is that exact same portion of the region that we watched on Sunday bring those severe storms into our region. We'll put the latest information for that warning up there. This one is for Clinton County and Warren County until 1:30 this morning. Similar type portion of the storm that's moving off to the northeast at around 60 miles per hour. I'm going to see if I can see the should be able to see great view into the storm, because I mean this is basically heading straight toward the Weather Service radar down there.
And that's actually terrible news, because that National Weather Service radar is such an important part of the data that we get for all of Central Ohio.
And this particular one, I'm not seeing what is as strong of a signature as what was up further to the north. Let me back it up a few scans here and see if that was. It looks like just that little kind of notch right in there.
Yeah.
Be this area right in here that they would be concerned about for some rotation. Again, not clear-cut giant tornadoes, which I mean is good, because we don't want clear-cut giant tornadoes. If you see very obvious signs of a tornado on radar, it's a bad thing. That means it's a very big tornado, and it's capable of doing quite a bit of damage. We'll put the storm track on that one. If we do see rotation, if that storm continue again, that would be pushing into the 10 TV viewing area in about the next 30 minutes as well. This one into Fayette County. It will be in Washington Courthouse potentially by 1:46, Bloomingburg by 1:50, Mount Sterling by 2 a.m., and Harrisburg by 2:08.
So some good material, good stuff there. And also, if we can go back to Weather Maine, Weather 1, that shows an extension of something that we expected. Everybody in the 10 TV viewing area is under some sort of watch now. That severe thunderstorm watch has been added. That goes until 7 o'clock in the morning. Areas in the yellow, that is a tornado watch that goes until 4 a.m. And as Michael alluded to, we're watching that particular cell that is just getting close to Fayette County of being circulation, and that is a tornado warning. And there's another tornado warning near Clinton County as well. So those are the storms that we're watching very closely. So we're going to move the radar scan down just a little bit here and give it some perspective. Bear with us, because we're doing this in real time. So if you're watching and joining us on 10 TV, we very much appreciate that. 10 TV Plus, I should say. If you're watching us on YouTube or Facebook, you can drop your question into our Facebook at 10 TV page, and we'll do our best to answer that, or at least maybe not directly, but indirectly. And of course, we have the text line 614-460-3345 that will allow those questions to come in pretty close to being real time. So that's some good news there too. Granville and Licking County, sirens go off. Does that mean a tornado was spotted? Keep in mind, tornado sirens are meant to be heard outside. Do not count on a tornado siren giving you the life-saving information if there's a warning issued for where you live. You're not going to be outside, you're going to be in your house, probably because it's raining and storming like crazy. So you need more than one way to get that information. National Weather Service radio, we've got apps, you've got other means to get that. Of course, on TV, if there's a warning, you'll see that crawl, but you need more than one way. So it's just critically important that we do that right now and make that aware that those sirens are good if you're outside. So just kind of a quick bring up to speed, heading up on about 1:15 o'clock on Thursday morning, April the 3rd. Looking at a lot of very active weather for a good part of central Ohio. The lines that we're watching most closely, some severe weather to the north. We'll do a quick tour here around Marion. That's up near Crawford County, to the west near Wyandotte County, south and east clipping Morrow County, just north of Delaware. And then we're going to go to the west. We are seeing some thunder and lightning around London and Mount Sterling. Had a couple of light showers here around Franklin County with some heavier rain coming in. And then to the west, you do see all these warnings lining up. We're going to take off the radar and just go back to the warnings for a second. A lot of these warnings lining up right now, and these storms are moving east at a really good clip. So just west and south of London, Madison County, and just west of Washington Courthouse in Fayette County, those are significant severe thunderstorms. And where you see those areas shaded in the red, those are tornado warnings. So going back to the radar scan for a second, these storms are moving east at about 60 miles an hour. So again, there's a lot going on here, but bear with us. The southern part of this line, I'm going to connect some dots and kind of draw with a pretty broad brush, but I think just a point I want to get across, that as this storm is currently just outside of the 10 TV viewing area, moving at highway speeds east, that puts areas in Washington Courthouse 139, about 25 minutes. Frankfort 154, Chillicothe 203, then we get all the way to the other side of Pickaway County in Clear Creek at 213. So we're talking about an hour. And yes, those last communities that I mentioned are not in a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, but this is the track of that storm. If we take that track on a little more northward look, and while I'm speaking, the destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued that includes Franklin County. I need to get in here. Yeah, we're going to go, yes, to answer the question of our director, we're going to go on air and stay on air because this has the opportunity to be significantly severe. All right, everybody, this is 10 TV Chief Meteorologist Jerry Martz, joined by meteorologists Michael Behrens and Erica Kalura, tracking some severe weather across central Ohio. The latest one that just coming in, severe thunderstorm warning for western Franklin County, Fayette County, Madison County in central Ohio, northwestern Ross County until 2 o'clock in the morning. This was located near Wilmington. This earlier had been producing a rotation and a tornado warning. This storm was moving northeast at 65. 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. That's why this is so concerning. A normal thunderstorm warning is about 58, about at 60. This is near hurricane strength winds in this particular thunderstorm. So we're going to take a closer look right now at that outline. And you can see we're going to go back just to the plain outline for us now. Just give me a second here as we're doing this in real time. You do see that area bounded by the orange. Closer inspection. That does include areas West Jeff, Prairie Township, Dublin, Hilliard, Harrisburg, Mount Sterling, Midway, Bloomington, New Holland, Washington Courthouse, multiple areas under this severe thunderstorm warning. That goes until 2 a.m., so another 45 minutes as this storm is racing northeast. Now, this is not a tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, but the advice that we give you is the same. Seek shelter, stay away from windows, go to an interior room. Do not take pictures or videos of the storm. It's most dangerous at night. We want you to keep you and your family safe. And right now, our most concern is London, Jeffersonville, Washington Courthouse, Mount Sterling, and then getting into the western parts of Franklin County right now. Again, Hilliard, Galloway, just near West Jeff. Not quite in downtown, but that warning very well could be extended. So what we're looking at from a radar perspective from that particular storm, and there's a lot going on in the radar scan, so give us a second to get a little closer to that. I'm going to move just to the west and just around Commercial Point, around Mount Sterling, just to name a few of those names for you. And putting that into motion over time, you can see how fast that initial area of rain moved toward London and Mount Sterling and then passed on by, but it's that second area that is mainly very concerning to us and actually is an extension from that tornado warning down near Wilmington. So putting a track on that storm as it's moving now northeast at 65 miles an hour. That would put areas, we just got done doing this to the southern part of the storm. We'll do it to the northeast. Now 65 miles an hour. The storm is flying. Jeffersonville 132, Washington Courthouse at 140, West Jeff 148, Hilliard at 155. Now Columbus and Circleville and Upper Arlington are outside of that storm range, but there's still the threat of severe weather there, even though that is beyond this warning right now. So keep that in mind as we're looking at the opportunity there for an extension of those particular threats. So we're going to zoom it out for you. If you're just joining us on 10 TV, we've been ongoing, continuing coverage because of the severe weather threat overnight tonight. There's a larger perspective of the radar scan right now for you. We're going to go into the chroma key here on Weather Main and do a little bit of tracking of this particular storm. Again, just for some perspective, there's Delaware, Franklin County, and Columbus. All those locations are under a tornado watch until 4 a.m. Areas to the east, that area shaded in the pink, that is a severe thunderstorm watch. That goes until 7 o'clock in the morning. Closer inspection around Franklin County that points off toward the north and south. Not yet under a warning, but south and west of Columbus. You see that area bounded by that orange, but also that's orange and yellow. We talked about this a moment ago. Where we have that, that's a designated or destructive potential thunderstorm warning, not because of a tornado in this case, but because of high winds. We're watching the area very, very carefully and very closely. So let's take a closer perspective and put a track on this particular storm. Again, a lot of noise on the radar. There are a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings off toward the north as well, but the one that is most concerning now is just to the south and west of Columbus. You do see also a tornado warning just west of the radar there in Wilmington and Clinton County, an extension of that yellow moving off toward the northeast. Zooming in a little bit closer to that, I'll give you some perspective in areas that are currently getting some rain, but around London, around Midway, that storm is racing northeast at about 65 miles an hour. A little bit of more information to the south and west of that as we follow down that line. There's Washington Courthouse. Again, some light rain showers and maybe some rumbles in the distance, but that line is racing toward you. You have several minutes before that storm strikes and further off toward the south and west of that storm line. So again, we're seeing some downpours and some gusty winds around Franklin County and out toward Union County, but this particular line that we're going to track right now is what is getting most of our attention, and it's really flying. So if you think about it, the reason this severe thunderstorm warning has been issued was because of the wind gusts, some small hail, but wind gusts to 70 miles an hour. This storm is moving at 65 miles an hour. So just some quick math would tell us that we could get a combined wind speed of well over 70 miles an hour, just the advanced motion of the storm on top of the winds that are created from that storm. And that is very concerning because unlike a tornado, which normally impacts a relatively small area, these significantly severe wind events can impact a much larger area, a half mile, mile, or even miles at a time. So again, not a tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, a significant severe thunderstorm warning. And now we've got another one just popping up that does include areas in Fayette County. And that one is a confirmed tornado, observed tornado. That means a tornado is rotation on the ground. That includes Fayette County. Well, I just heard some lightning and thunder here. Wow. That goes through 1:45 a.m. So that is something we're taking very seriously right now. Again, tornado warning. That includes the southwestern corner of Fayette County. That goes through 1:45. Looking at some rotation on that particular storm at the moment. We'll take a closer inspection of the radar scan there and then really focus in the track of that particular storm as it gets close to the 10 TV viewing area. There's that latest tornado warning that goes on for another 25 minutes. Moving northeast, again, very eerily similar to what we just dealt with a few days ago on Sunday evening and Sunday night.
Yeah, Jerry, if I can just grab you real quick.
Sure.
I want to show you a view inside this tornado. If we can take a look over toward Weather 2 right now. This is the reason why this tornado warning has come out very quickly and instantly turned into a confirmed tornado. Wow. This is what we call debris potential or correlation coefficient into a storm. When you see those colors drop off to the whites and the very bright colors, that is a sign that there is debris getting lofted into the air, and that has given the National Weather Service office in Wilmington enough confidence to confirm this tornado from radar imagery alone. So this is a very dangerous storm, a very dangerous situation, not one that you want to play with here tonight, because this is not just a hypothetical threat. This is one that you can confirm from the radar to be on the ground. Tornado threat considerable here with this storm now, according to the National Weather Service. Wind speeds inside the storm 70 miles per hour. The tornado itself potentially moving northeast at about 60 miles per hour. And that is a growing what you would call a CC drop in technical terms with that area near Dodson. We're going to track that off to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. That is going to be heading toward Fayette County here. Dodson 127, New Vienna 135, Washington Courthouse 154. If you're in Fayette County, if you're in Washington Courthouse and this storm keeps together, you need to be taking your shelter places now. You need to be letting your friends know that a very dangerous storm is heading your way up toward Fayette County and potentially on up into Clinton and Highland counties as well.
No, great, Michael. Thanks very much for pointing that out. And one of the things we look at, oftentimes you might see some different radars and different pictures and colors than what you normally see. An excellent example of how we're really taking advantage of that technology and that science inside that radar scan. So we are hearing some lightning and thunder in and around Franklin County, but the main concern is that tornado warning that is just to the south and west. So we're going to zoom out for just a bit to give you some perspective. If you're just joining us, we're looking at a significant severe weather event over much of central Ohio, Powell, Dublin, Hilliard, Columbus, down toward Lincoln Village and Grove City. This pocket of strong thunderstorms is not severe, but it's kind of a precursor of what may be to come. Zooming out then and capturing some of those warnings off to the south and the west. Those are what we're looking at, that area bounded. It does include parts of Franklin County, Pickaway County, and Madison County and Fayette County. That is a severe thunderstorm warning that goes till about 2 a.m. Further off toward the south and west, just to the western part of that line, that's what we're looking at again, where Michael was just pointing out that significant area bounded by that red, that tornado warning that goes for another 20 some minutes. And that does clip into southwestern corners of Fayette County. And there's a lightning on here, but what Michael was also showing you was that debris ball. And the other thing we look at in terms of that is the velocity, where that area is beginning to spin. And we are seeing some pretty tight rotation, Michael, in a couple of spots as we are really drilling down into that particular storm. Pretty tight rotation there between the green and the red, and this will begin to ebb and flow a little bit. We talked about sometime those thunderstorms, and this earlier was showing some tornadic signatures about an hour ago, and the storm's weakening and strengthening, kind of pulsing as it moves into a more favorable environment. And again, that's just one indication of what we're seeing there. The other item that we were just showing you was the debris, and this again is not something you see very often right around Dodson. Ignore this other noise spraying out from the radar scan, but around Dodson right now, that simply means there's things flying around in the air that are not rain or hailstones. They're not precipitation. They're not regular. So that could be pieces of wood, insulation, grass, dirt, something that is not a hydrometeor or a water particle. And that's why we see that, is that it doesn't correlate right. That's where we get that bit of a different color in there. And that is different than it was just moments ago. So we and the National Weather Service are paying very close attention to that. And I'm certain that's why they have issued that tornado warning. That does include parts of our viewing area as well. So again, there is a look at the latest tornado warning. Martinsville, Dodson, New Vienna, just moving off toward the northeast. That does capture the southwestern corner of Fayette County. And if we could quickly just remind people of that tornado watch that's in effect until 4 o'clock in the morning. I went the wrong way, so give me a second there. The 4 o'clock in the morning, that's something that we are looking at and while watching wall-to-wall on 10 TV Plus, and now we are on 10 TV with that coverage. There's, again, just the northeastern corner of that Washington Courthouse, and then that tornado warning is beginning to move in there. These storms still moving northeast at about 60 miles an hour, even faster, 65 miles an hour. So you would couple that with some of the forward momentum of the winds. It's not exactly an additive, but you can easily see how some of those wind gusts could get much higher than 70 miles an hour, including that threat of a tornado. So I'm going to give you a perspective here. One thing to keep in mind, and we've been talking about quite a bit, is if you are under the threat of severe weather, it's very simple to keep a couple of very easy guidelines in place. Have more than one way to get your severe weather information. 10 TV Plus, the mobile app, on air, National Weather Service radio, the website. You just need more than one way. The other thing to keep in mind is to have a plan. If you still don't have a plan, it's 1:30 in the morning, don't panic. You still can do what you need to do to keep you and your family safe from this severe weather as it moves in. And a couple of those things are very simple. Just keep in your mind where you're going to be and where you're going to go. If you're going to go to the lowest floor of your house, if you're going to go to an interior room, if you live in an apartment building or an apartment complex, you just want to stay away from the windows and the outside walls. If you have a basement, that's where you want to go. And you always want to remember to take your people with you, your pets, your papers, and your pharmaceuticals. Those are the things that you might need in dire need of if you get into a situation where there's damage where you live and you need to get out safely. And the other thing might sound silly. If you've got a helmet, wear it. If you have shoes, put them on, because you don't know what you're going to be coming out to after that severe weather threat moves away, possibly leaving you with a situation where you just really need the basics to survive a couple hours or a day. So again, a lot going on here on the map. A couple of severe thunderstorm areas around Marion moving off toward the northeast. We've got a large area of a significant severe thunderstorm. We're going to put a track on that particular line for you. And the southern part of that does include that tornado warning. It's still outside of the 10 TV viewing area, but it's moving northeast at highway speeds. So we're going to start to the north, dropping down and catching that just northwest of, or northeast of Hillsborough. Northeast at 65 miles an hour. So that means in the immediate threat, top of the chart, London, Washington Courthouse, West Jeff, Dublin, between 134 and 151. You'll notice that the areas toward the second half of that are not under that severe thunderstorm warning, but they are on our list because they have been continuing to see the warning after warning just stacked on top of each other as those storms move east. Where we have a drive time, this is a traffic camera. Is that US 33? Yeah, it looks like the rest area, they're just getting pounded by some strong to severe weather right there. Just some incredible video showing up right now. You see the traffic parked and slowed down in the background, and just a testament to what's happening at US 33, Union County. Again, not right in the moment under that severe thunderstorm warning, but very possibly could be. Appreciate kind of flexing through and going through some of those other data points to allow us to see what's going on out there. Thank you for that. We're also looking again at those other communities, Powell, Columbus, Circleville, Pickerington, Pataskala, Lancaster. Again, you're not in that warning, but this is, you have more lead time between now and about 2:15 in Pickerington, almost 2:30 in Lancaster to get together your plan if you don't have it, and get ready to enact your plan if you need to. So again, just a bit of a heads up to those locations. We're looking again at the situation all night, the possibility of severe weather. The areas we're most concerned about are still in central and southern Ohio for the threat of severe weather. That includes Columbus and everybody down to the south toward Chillicothe and Waverly. The areas around London, Washington Courthouse, and you see that area now bounded just southwest of parts of Fayette County around Washington Courthouse is still seeing that threat of some severe weather. So we're going to zoom back in there, and we're going to take a closer look at the specifics around that particular cell. It's just southeast of the radar site, so we should have pretty good coverage and information coming out of that. We're looking at two things in this radar scan. One, is that storm still spinning at a low level? And to see, it appears that it is. In fact, Michael, I would say that this spin or this rotation is even a bit more intense than what it was, as that red and green couplet are very close together. The other thing we're looking at, and I will hand it over to you in a second, is that debris that's absent from where it was just moments ago. That doesn't mean we're letting our guard down, but it was an excellent indication just about 5 or 10 minutes ago that thunderstorm was producing a tornado on the ground and lofting that debris.
Yeah, Jerry, we're keeping a close eye on that along with Erica here in the Weather Center. We're watching areas in those storm debris or debris potential to see if we see any more of those threats come together. And Erica, you were just pointing out one area near the Sabina.
Yeah, just south of Sabina.
Yeah.
That is where we have some tight rotation. So this is just outside of the current tornado warning for portions of far extreme southeastern Clinton County and extreme northwestern Highland County. So New Vienna, Leesburg, you are in that tornado warning, but there is some rotation just outside of that boundary. And it's just located just to the southeast of Sabina. So this is going to continue to race to the northeast and move into Fayette County. So Washington Courthouse, be on guard. Areas just to the south of town of Washington Courthouse, make sure you're ready to get to your safe place, whether it be your basement or the lowest level inside your home, away from doors, away from windows, the most interior point. And I don't know if you could still see that on the debris signature. It looks like it's just to the northern extent there of that tornado warning. So
trying to see if I can get that to load here on my radar, but for some reason it's not wanting to let me relocate.
So still looking at what looks to be a little bit of debris there showing up just to the south and east of Sabina. I'm going to check and see if the National Weather Service is saying anything here.
Looks like we do have a new tornado warning
That one.
coming out here as we speak. We'll load up that information for you on screen. This warning, it goes from Sabina straight over into Washington Courthouse. Radar indicated tornado threat here with this new one. Tornado warning will be in place for central Fayette County, northeastern Clinton County, and west central Pickaway County. That'll go until 2 o'clock this morning. Severe thunderstorm capable, producing a tornado located over Sabina, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So I would hazard that's essentially what exactly we were looking at or are wanting to see there on the debris, is that rotation in Sabina now pushing its way into Fayette County. And this is really the same area that we had severe storms, we had tornadoes over the weekend, now seeing it again.
I know, exactly. And this is going to continue to move northeastward. This is moving fairly quickly. So if you do live in the areas of Washington Courthouse and areas between Sabina and Washington Courthouse, really make sure you get in your safe spot. Bloomingburg, you're in that tornado warning as well. New Holland, in that tornado warning until 2 a.m. So especially the Washington Courthouse area and just south of town, that is where that rotation is headed as it moves to the north and east.
I was going to say, we got a couple kind of interesting spots there on radar, but we'll watch mostly that one that kind of moves down there near Ohio 729 would be the area kind of concern right in here. You see that sort of weaker color there as we advance it into the future, moving off now into southern portions of Fayette County. So this would be an area definitely of concern crossing into Fayette County at this time. This is rolling up along Snow Hill Road southwest. This is southwest of Washington Courthouse. We said it probably about 10-15 minutes ago. If you're in Washington Courthouse, now is your time to get into your place of shelter. I still believe that is the case as this storm pushes its way through at about 60 miles per hour. We're going to track the most dangerous part of that storm off to the northeast. You've got about less than 10 minutes before that is in Washington Courthouse. So if you're in Washington Courthouse, get into your safe places now. The same in Bloomberg, New Holland, Williamsport, Circleville. You got a little bit of time before the storm gets up toward you. Same for Groveport. You got some time before the storm gets up to you. But again, this area now under a tornado warning. As we continue to see those radar indicated threats for tornadoes pushing into central Ohio tonight. And this will be under a tornado warning until 2 a.m. So we've got about 24 minutes left on this storm that's pushing right now toward Washington Courthouse. Definitely a dangerous storm tracking that way, Jerry.
So, Michael, we've been looking at I appreciate the break right there, and you guys keeping everybody up to speed. Some of the variables that we're looking at on a larger scale right now are another tornado warning issued. Is this an extension, or did I just miss this?
I think that's the initial one, so I think you can just clear that one away.
All right, that's cool. So we're looking again at the potential for severe weather. We watched this and we talked about these areas and these thunderstorms moving in to a significantly favorable environment for those storms to continue to expand. So we're looking at the opportunity for them to really move into at least the central and southern parts of the state. While you were just talking a moment ago about some of the concerns and safety areas that we're watching to the west around Washington Courthouse, we have been looking at some of the weather variables to the east. So an extension of the severe weather moving in the general direction toward Columbus, toward Circleville, toward Delaware, Marion, and over toward Fairfield County looks very likely. And south and west of that right now, I do expect that to weaken just slightly with time. We're just mentioning that because we're still going to carry the severe weather threat for the next several hours, but hopefully that will spare some areas that have seen some earlier severe weather today, and even areas to the south and east. So again, just a current thinking as we're kind of keep everybody in the loop as to what we're seeing and watching. But clearly the focus is on those two areas where we see that bounded by the red, and those are tornado warnings now getting much closer to the core of the population in central Ohio. So a closer look then as we get down closer to those locations in and around Circleville, just west, and the radar just updated there in real time. So we're going to take a closer look at some of those spots right now. A lot of radar scan coming in. I want you to focus and watch on those areas that are really looking at the red, and as a radar scan comes by, kind of lights up for a second. that isn't solely or only an indication of the severity of the storms, but relative to everything else, a lot of this green is just noise and light rain. Really, the focus is on those significant cells. So that's why we're going to drill down pretty close and look at some of the areas that are currently under the greatest threat and impact from the severe weather, starting with areas just south of Mount Sterling. There's 62, a well-traveled road over toward Bloomingburg. Washington Courthouse, if you haven't already, take shelter. Talked all evening the past couple of days about having a plan. This is your time to enact your plan. Your people, your pets, your papers, and your pharmaceuticals. Get them, take shelter. If you have a basement, go to it. If you don't, go to an interior room. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible and cover your head. We mentioned this earlier, and we're not being cute, that most people are not sucked up and swept away by tornadoes. They're injured by debris. If you minimize your exposure to debris, you're increasing your chance of making it through that severe weather event. Right now, the main focus and our concern as that storm races northeast are areas right around Washington Courthouse and then further off toward the northeast. That storm was moving at, was it 60 miles an hour?
At 60.
I just cannot get far enough away. So give me a second to redo that, please, as I zoom out just a little bit. And that's part of the problem, too, we've been looking at, is that those storms are moving so quickly. That combination of the wind itself with those storms and the forward momentum, kind of a double whammy as that storm's moving in. Now we have enough real estate to put that track on there for you. We'll do just that. And we're starting right around central parts of Fayette County, moving off toward the northeast at 65 miles an hour. Close to that. That means Washington Courthouse now, Williamsport 155, Circleville 204, Groveport 214. And remember, this bottom group of communities we're mentioning, you are outside of that warned area, but we're giving you plenty of lead time. We're not saying there's a warning. We're saying you're in the path of the storm that is currently under a warning. You have an opportunity, you have a few more minutes than your friends and neighbors to the west do. So take advantage of them. Use that time wisely. Get away from the windows, get away from exterior walls, go to an interior room, and do what you need to do to keep you and your family safe. But we're talking about of most immediate concern, those communities to the top, New Holland 148, Circleville at 204, and Groveport at 214. We're also looking at a continuation of the severe weather threat further off toward the south. So a closer inspection, we're going to drill back down in there, especially to our friends and neighbors in and around Fayette County. Just really concerned again for the second time in as many days for the severe weather threat really bearing down. So we're going to get really tight in here. There's Lewis Street, there's South Fayette Street, Old State Route. Can't read that number there. Bloomingburg just to the north. There's 753 intersecting in town, 35 northwest. And again, that's just within the boundary of that tornado warning. If you live around Washington Courthouse, Bloomingburg, Madison Mills, and you're hearing some of these streets and some of these names, you need to take shelter immediately. You need to already have a plan in place. If you are north and east of that line, we're going to stay close in and zoomed. And the locations that would be in a line of this particular thunderstorm as it moves to the north and east. We're talking about New Holland to the south. There's Route 207, Crown Over Mill Road to the east of that, and then Madison Mills to the north and west. We're going to quickly give you an update on that new severe thunderstorm warning, depending on where it is, and that now includes everybody in Columbus, Fairfield, Franklin, Licking, Ross County. Severe thunderstorm warning through 2:30 a.m. 60-mile-an-hour winds and hail, slightly less than 3/4 of an inch. So that should answer a lot of questions that a lot of our viewers have been asking. When is it going to hit where I live? Unfortunately, that answer is now or very, very soon. So let's zoom out now to get the details about that particular severe thunderstorm warning, kind of recenter things and refocus to give you a big picture. If you're just joining us, we're breaking into regular coverage. We've been on 10 TV Plus for a while, but it's really important that you hear what we have to say because these thunderstorm warnings are really coming quickly. We've given you plenty of lead time. There's a weather impact alert day and night and morning coming up for Thursday for the next 4 or 5 hours. That's before sunrise, but still 4 or 5 hours of very dicey weather. And now, you bear with me, you can see the extension of that orange area. That includes almost all of Franklin County. That gets into Licking County, western central Fairfield County. It includes all of Pickaway County and a good chunk of Ross County. This is just a huge severe thunderstorm warning. Part of the reason is the size of this particular line of thunderstorms. The other reason, we've got 2 tornado warnings on the back edge of that severe thunderstorm warning. So at any point in time, this line, as it's moving in very quickly, can begin to produce some rotation. And then we've seen that already twice, where the rotation will spin up very quickly and then subside, then spin up and then subside. So be on the lookout. So again, we're looking at that severe thunderstorm warning being extended until 2:30, another 45 minutes. That includes Franklin County and Columbus. So we're going to zoom in, give you a quick radar tour. I'm going to pass it over to Eric and to Michael to give a bit of a break to my voice. But really what we're looking at again is this area is centered around a lot of the population south of Delaware, to be clear, but Columbus, Johnstown included that, Pickerington now, and points off toward the west. So that's painting with a pretty broad brush of some very disruptive weather coming in with that severe thunderstorm warning. And if you have a moment, maybe just dropping back into that tornado warning around Fayette County.
Yeah, Jerry, we're watching these storms pretty carefully here this evening. I mean, we've been talking about for days now that we were going to see these storms come in and have this risk for tornadoes. And while you can't really ever 100% confirm a tornado just by radar, I would say we've definitely seen at least 90% of the way there with some of these storms tonight.
Right, and in the same locations almost that we saw just Sunday night, unfortunately. So right now we are focusing, and we can, if you want to zoom back into the tornado warning there in and around Washington Courthouse. We kind of had that rotation right around town there, and that's continuing to move north and eastward very quickly. I haven't seen anything that would make me think that there is a tornado on the ground when you look at the debris. However, there is still some very strong winds just moving east of town there.
There's definitely some really strong winds coming out of this storm. Usually we talk about getting reds and greens next to each other, but sometimes you don't get the other color when you have just incredibly strong winds in the storm in general. So keep in mind, these storms have been warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds on their own. So really what we're looking at here is incredibly strong winds going away from the radar, and still strong but weaker winds going away from the radar, which in this case you can kind of think of as more of that rotation back on itself. So this would be the area I would be concerned about, I would think, for if we do see a spin-up tornado in that storm, east of Washington Courthouse, kind of along US 22 heading toward New Holland.
And that's moving at 60 miles per hour, so I don't know if you want to put a track where that rotation is. So
this is a fast-moving cell as it pushes on up to the northeast. I'll add the warnings back in here for you as well, so you can kind of see what we're looking at for that tornado warning. They've scaled it back now. The city of Washington Courthouse no longer under that particular warning. I think I'm going to need to zoom way out to get back into a point where I can actually get that 60-mile-per-hour track onto your screen there. This is going to be pushing its way eventually up possibly toward us here in Franklin County. It's certainly making its way into Pickaway County over the next little bit. Again, portions of Pickaway County under that tornado warning. This is going to be near Williamsport, likely north of Williamsport here by about 156, Asheville by 208, Pickerington by 223, and potentially if it stays severe over toward Buckeye Lake by about 237. So I mean, it's got a good bit of time before it gets there. But again, that's definitely the most dangerous portion of the storm that we've seen, because it's very rapidly changing from 1 minute, there's nothing overly tornadic with it, to the next minute, almost basically confirming itself.
Yeah, and that's that thing with the linear, or these lines of storms that we do see. You get these little kinks in the lines, and as Jerry was mentioning, how these lines can kind of ebb and flow, and you can get these little spin-ups. And that's exactly what we've been seeing both the other day and tonight. So we'll continue to watch this move through. So if you do live just along the west side of Columbus down to about Williamsport, that is where we're going to soon find ourselves hearing, maybe even feeling some of those strong wind gusts moving through. And again, wind gusts topping 60 miles per hour likely along many locations in this line. Yeah,
and what I've done now, I've taken our radar back about 20 minutes here, just to when we saw those warnings first come out. And this was that initial area that we saw. We take this forward in time to where we are now. and we're pretty much on a direct path to where that wind feature is now along US 22 up into portions of almost exiting now Fayette County, really going to be crossing into Pickaway County in short order. So this is going to be that area of the storm we remain concerned about, if for nothing else, very strong winds, but likely still rotation working its way close to New Holland at this hour. If you're in New Holland, now would be a good time. You need to be in your safe place. Really, 5 minutes ago would have been the best time to be in your safe place, but I think this is probably going to be continuing to work its way into Pickaway County, likely right up along US 22, eventually close to the Williamsport area as well.
Yeah, and can you zoom out to Circleville? So folks that are looking at this warning and who live in Circleville, it looks like the rotation is going to be very close, but most likely north of town. So I just didn't know if you wanted to.
I'd say this is going to be kind of a close track, a rough estimation of where this is going to be heading. And again, that's really close to Circleville, potentially to the north of Circleville. And again, moving at a very fast rate of speed. So these storms are moving close to 60 miles per hour. So we got to give lots of space here to get that storm track on the screen. And again, that's pretty much highway speed out there toward Williamsport here in the next 10 minutes. Asheville 208, Lancaster at 226, Pataskala 322, and the Buckeye Lake potentially by that 238 over there. So again, we're watching that carefully, and it does look like we have a new rotating thunderstorm warning further up to the north. We'll put that latest information here on the screen, and we'll toss it back to you, Jerry, here in just a second. That's covering portions of Knox, Ashland, Morrow, Richland County, north side of the viewing area now. Radar indicated threat for a rotating thunderstorm. That's going to be pushing its way into the I-71 corridor. This particular storm moving off to the northeast at 65 miles per hour. So moving just about as fast as everything else we've seen here this evening. So this one's going to very quickly exit the 10 TV viewing area, but before it does, potentially could see some rotation in that storm. That's going to be into Mount Vernon by 203, Danville 215, and Worcester by 224. Jerry?
Yeah, Michael, as you mentioned, a couple of key points about this forecast trend has been that the thunderstorms are moving so quickly. The warnings and watches are just being extended so rapidly ahead of that line. We're looking at the big picture right now, which still keeps the area in and around much of central parts of Ohio from Marion down to Columbus and points off toward the south under that threat of severe weather. So again, something that we're watching very closely. The radar scan has been very active for us this evening. We're going to pause that for you. You do see again some areas of severe weather and some individual cells you just mentioned with that latest severe thunderstorm warning, but we're clearly going to focus on areas just to the south of that because of the much larger population, as you mentioned too. Those storms off toward the north are moving up northeast at about highway speed 60, 70 miles an hour, and soon will be out of the 10 TV viewing area. Much of this area here is still under the threat of that particular storm. We're looking at this very large thunderstorm warning that includes Columbus all the way down to Chillicothe, right down Route 23, and then that small pocket that really is concerning to us. That is the area that is still under a tornado warning. Now, the problem has been and will be is tracking these storms. A lot of the questions that we had earlier, when will a tornado hit, fill in the blank? Impossible to say a couple hours ago, but these storms have shown a history of ebbing and flowing, strengthening and weakening, spinning up and down over time. And that's been very concerning and very difficult to track, especially because that area is so large. But you do see just south of Mount Sterling, west to Williamsport, what appears to be, at least for the first glance, some of those darker colors, an indication of just a very deep, powerful, violent thunderstorm. That is what's causing that tornado warning. Now, earlier, this thunderstorm was spinning, but let's take a closer look right now. It still has the possibility of being a rotating storm as it moves into that environment. Again, just expected to pass north of Circleville, but around Williamsport, Darbyville, Commercial Point, and southeast of Mount Sterling. Mount Sterling, you're not under that tornado warning right now. Some bad weather, yes, but a tornado threat, no. New Holland, just to the back edge of that particular cell, that's very concerning too. So another tornado warning has just come out right now. As they're happening so fast, we're looking again at that tornado warning We're seeing a camera. If we can go back to the full screen image, though, based on this most recent information, that is Pickaway in Ross County. Radar indicated that goes through 2:15 in the morning. That's another 25 minutes, again, as that storm is moving to the northeast at about 60 miles an hour. So they are coming very, very quickly. We're going to zoom out again so we can capture that latest one. That is just really beginning to add. This one much larger than the first on the southern part of that line where it extends down. See if the radar scan can give us any indication of either one of those being a bit worse than the first one. So we'll go ahead, Michael, got something to add?
I'll grab you with the latest information on
Sure.
that particular warning. Tornado warning in place for Pickaway and Ross counties. If we can show Max 2 here, I'll show you where that rotation is located there. You can see that little sort of kink in the line of the wind field near Frankfurt. This is going to be moving its way off to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. Again, radar indicated rotation down here in portions of Ross County. That's going to be working its way up toward Pickaway County. And again, moving just about as fast as all of our storms here tonight, 55 miles per hour off to the northeast. So these storms are really racing their way through central Ohio. This is going to be in Frankfurt by 1:55, Clarksburg 2:01, Circleville 2:14, into Lithopolis by 2:31, and Lancaster potentially by 2:35. So another storm rotating on that southern edge of the line, and that new warning in place till at least 2:15 this morning, about 22 minutes from now.
Yeah, Michael, appreciate you breaking in there. And it was key information about some of the storm characteristics and what we're looking at with those rotation. Not quite as strong as the signature as it was just a few moments ago, but something that has obviously allowed the National Weather Service right around Frankfurt. You see just that difference in color. It's not always an exact red and green. That's updating in real time right now, so that does show that's still maintaining itself. Let's see if that's producing any areas of concern in terms of debris, which we looked at earlier. Normally, if there was debris that was being lofted or picked up by a tornado, we'd see a very bright spot. It would be unlike the surrounding spots. We're not seeing that right now as that storm has been radar indicated, but that doesn't mean that it's not able to produce a tornado in just a moment's time. So please keep your guard up. Do not let your guard down in any of these particular situations. As we go back to the regular radar scan, 2 areas of concern right now, these 2 tornado warnings, one just west of Williamsport, the one that now has most recently been issued that is northeast of South Salem and Frankfurt. Both of those cells moving northeast at about 60 to 65 miles an hour, embedded within a much larger violent line of thunderstorms that stretches from western parts of Franklin County all the way down to western parts of Ross County. So a closer perspective, what I was just about to do, and they keep issuing these warnings after warnings, is to move in a little closer and start to track some of those areas. If you live in these following areas and communities, you have an opportunity to have a little bit of lead time. Around Darbyville, you're outside of the tornado warning, but if history holds, you're going to be under the threat of that storm. Williamsport, right on the edge. There's Route 22, there's Route 316. So if these streets or these towns are familiar to you or someone you love, give them a heads up or take action yourself to get you and your family safe. And you see that rotation coming by, just really lighting up on this particular storm as it races to the northeast. Further off to the south, the areas we're also looking at right now in terms of tracking that line, you do see this slightly larger area around Clarksburg. There's 207 as we move across the county line. There is 35. There's Frankfurt, and then northeast toward Yellowbud, north of Sulphur Lick. Those areas, again, are of concern of ours in terms of the tornado threat, as those warnings have just been issued moments ago and continue past 2 o'clock in the morning. So if we're looking at some additional radar tools for us, these were radar indicated tornadoes. We have not seen that correlation or that debris right now. Probably could make a little bit out of this in terms of what we're seeing. Certainly different than the neighboring colors. We're also seeing some difference down to the south and west of Frankfurt, an indication that there might be some possible rotations reaching the ground and providing some lots of debris, but not as clear as signature as we saw a few moments ago. So we'll kind of keep that in mind. So we're going to zoom out for a moment and then zoom back in. If you're just joining us, that's something that we've been trying to do to give some perspective on the map. If you're just joining us, we've been on 10 TV for quite a while this evening. 10 TV Plus first, and then 10 TV, just kind of monitoring and tracking the storms. We'll put the regular radar scan back on for you. Starting north around Columbus, that area is still under a severe thunderstorm warning because of those damaging winds and hail. And you see that line then right down from Columbus, western parts of Franklin County, Pickaway County, and then down to the south near Ross County. That entire area that's bounded, it includes Licking County, Fairfield County, and just the borderline of Hocking County. That is a severe thunderstorm warning that goes on until 2:30. It's a huge thunderstorm warning. I imagine the back edge of that is going to get carved out, but the National Weather Service has their hands full with tracking this severe weather as we do this evening. So again, those two areas we're watching right now where those tornadoes are in play. Closer inspection, they can hear the downpours on our roof here at the 10 TV studios off of Twin Rivers Drive. So we're going to take a little closer inspection as we've been doing, kind of peering into the radar from time to time and at some of the towns and communities and streets. We've talked about the need to be safe, the need to have a plan. We're looking further east. There's Darbyville and Williamsport. The radar scan, from my indication, would lead me to think that Mount Sterling and New Holland and areas west of Darbyville and Williamsport, you're in the clear. But again, National Weather Service is monitoring a lot of these things, and they're doing this in real time as well. Circleville, you're not under the threat, as that warning has not been extended to you yet, but we have every reason to believe that it will because it's been going on for quite a while. These storms in this part of the line have shown some rotation, so be on the lookout in Circleville, around Clarksburg, and then further off toward the south. We're also looking again at the opportunity there around Darbyville and then to the south. There's 316, just for a couple of frames of reference. From a radar scan, this is really what we're looking at in terms of the storm velocity, where those areas are showing a couple of colors close together. Normally it's red and green, but not always. That's not always the case, so we're looking for that rotation, as is the National Weather Service. We do see some delineations, and I'll allow Michael Behrens to kind of join in, see if he's got any thoughts on this. Not what we necessarily saw earlier, Michael. There was not a debris signature, and this is not as tight as some of those other areas we're watching, but it certainly is a difference or a delta along that line. Now that's east of where the warning is, but it's something that we're going to watch pretty closely.
Yeah, we're certainly going to keep a close eye on those areas of rotation further to the south. We'll take a closer look here on Max 2 and just show you what we're seeing inside those storms. I wouldn't be surprised to see that first tornado warning that we've had up in Fayette County start to get phased out here in the next little bit, because really what we've watched in terms of rotation has moved beyond that warning, that stronger wind field that's now south of Darbyville. Not really seeing any of the tight signs of rotation in that at the moment, which is some good news out there. Perhaps we can get this storm into a little bit less favorable of environment for rotation this evening. We'd certainly like to see that happen across the region. And as we speak, there it goes. That tornado warning now no longer on your screen. So we're going to have to watch that radar, that warning further to the south here. I might need to click my magic track box back on here real quick. I think I left it off when I left the screen. But that first warning no longer in place, which is some good news there. As we travel further to the south, though, really kind of what we're looking at down in Ross County is kind of this little sort of ebb in the line, that little area where things just aren't quite as similar to one another. Part of one of the things that we're talking about as these storms push through tonight is that when the winds themselves are so strong, it's not always the traditional red versus green that you would see when you're looking inside the storms. So you're looking kind of more for those differences. Where do you see big differences in winds blowing away versus toward the radar? And that's kind of what we're looking at here in portions of Ross County. I want to take a quick zoom in closer to this so we can see some of those areas that would be of higher concern. This is north of Chillicothe, so we're looking here along Westfall Road, just to the east of Westfall Road. This is southeast of Clarksburg. This is eventually going to be heading toward Ohio 104, and this is going to be moving off pretty quickly, so we could see that threat continue to push its way through the region as we head through the next little bit. We'll zoom out, put some space on the radar here, and put the storm track on that front edge of the storm, although I think they might have just pulled that tornado warning down. I'm not seeing it here on my screen at the moment. Let me switch over to just the view of the warnings And it's possible, again, yep, it looks like they got rid of that tornado warning as well. So no tornado warnings at the moment in the 10 TV viewing area. They just dropped that latest one off the screen there. We'll zoom back out. We do have several areas of concern, though, that we're still watching. Up toward Mount Vernon, still under the risk for a rotating thunderstorm warning at this hour. Severe thunderstorm warning covering Franklin County. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then we have some severe storms to the south. Still a tornado warning in far southern Ohio. That's going to be down just south of the 10 TV viewing area, covering a storm that could potentially head toward Pike in Ross County in the next little bit. So while there are no tornado warnings left at the moment, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're done tracking those tornadic storms here this evening. And we're certainly tracking that line of strong storms as it pushes through portions of central Ohio. I'll go back into the view here closer to Columbus because we're watching that nasty line of storms really work its way through the city right now. You can see the heaviest rain coming down right across 315 down to the south, straight down to Circleville. So this is producing some nasty winds, and they've just gone ahead and extended a new severe thunderstorm warning coming off the front end of this as these storms continue to race their way across central Ohio. We'll put the newest information up for that warning too. Should be loading up here in just a second. Put that information on your screen. There it is. Severe thunderstorm warning. I think I need to move the map just a little bit to get the newest information in there. Sometimes it grabs the older warning if we're too far off from where that new warning has been issued. There we go. So there's a new warning that's going to be in place for Fairfield, Hocking, and Licking counties. This goes until 3 a.m. I think the storm's really going to be past you guys by 3 a.m. because these are moving very rapidly. Wind speeds 60 miles per hour, hail size 3/4 inch. I think these storms are moving roughly about 55, 60 miles per hour. So again, they are really booking their way through portions of central Ohio here. We'll move the map a little bit further to the east, and we'll put the big storm track on the front edge of the storm as it pushes its way out of Franklin County and eventually off further to the east. This is going to be taking its way off to the northeast. Again, right about 55, 60 miles per hour. We'll go in the middle there, 55. New Albany, 206. Pickerington at 210. Laurelville at 220. Off to Newark by 230. New Lexington by 246. And into Zanesville by 254. You can really see probably sometime in the next 45 minutes, the worst part of that line even going to make its way out of the warning. So I wouldn't be surprised to see places like Muskingum County added to a new warning here probably in the next half hour. I imagine there'd be at least a severe thunderstorm warning. But then again, we got to keep a close eye inside that line. 4 areas of rotation right now. Again, no tornado warnings here in central Ohio. We'll take a quick little buzz up and down that line of storms and see if we do see anything of concern. Certainly, you can see the strong winds pushing through eastern portions of Franklin County. That's going to be heading into Licking and Fairfield County here in the next little bit. Strong winds up toward northern portions of Licking County all the way up into Mount Vernon. Those bright colors here. That rotating thunderstorm warning is still in place for our northern counties. As of right now, nothing under a tornado warning, nothing overtly sticking out on the radar, but we'll watch that carefully as we move through the next little bit. And then we've had those concerns down through Chillicothe, Ross County. Right now, not seeing anything warned at the moment, but we'll keep a close eye on those storms to the southwest of the Peebles area because these storms, at last check, did still have a tornado warning with them. We'll put the latest warning map up on the screen. Definitely still having that warning down in the Peebles area. If we see additional rotation in that storm, that potentially could head off toward Pike County. Haven't seen any severe storms for you guys yet, but that could move our way as we head through the next little bit. And just in general, Jerry, we're going to watch these storms as we push through really the next hour into about 3, 4 o'clock this morning, really moving almost exactly along the time frame we were thinking they'd be into the Columbus area by about midnight to 2 a.m. They've mostly moved through Columbus as we get on the other side of 2 a.m. And then it was our eastern counties after 2 a.m. on our time frame we were breaking down for you earlier today. And that looks to be pretty much holding steady when it comes to that path tonight.
And then we talked about that earlier, Michael. Thanks. Giving people a heads up or notification as to when they're in the clear is about as important as when they're not. And this is some traffic moving right now under 762 and 23. Some downpours, some winds. Traffic is still moving okay, but if you don't have to be outside, some lightning flashes there, some impressive lighting, and just as we talked about earlier, some violent storms moving through the area. So if you don't have to go out, don't. If you're watching us and you're in your basement, smart idea. But we talked about earlier, I'm going to take you quickly through the current warnings for all of central Ohio, and then tell you folks that are in the clear. And again, looking all the way from Mount Vernon, southeastern parts of Morrow County, those severe thunderstorm warnings go on until 3 o'clock. And they're moving quickly at about 65 to 70 miles an hour. The line we just talked about from Columbus eastward, Newark, Lancaster, Lincoln County, Fairfield County, that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 3 a.m. Further off to the south, we're looking all the way down through Circleville and then southeast of Lancaster, down 33 toward Hocking County and a good part of Ross County. Those severe thunderstorm warnings continue as well. And we're looking again at the threat moving in about as scheduled, that severe thunderstorm for Ross County until 2:30. Further off toward the south and west, no warnings, currently for Pike County, but I expect that will change. And you saw in real time a testament to just how fast these storms are moving. The warning for western parts of Franklin County, western parts of Pickaway County, and northwestern corner of Ross County, that has been carved away. So areas that are in the clear from the threat of severe weather, I'm pretty confident in saying this. We're going to go back to the radar scan and show you a bit of the reason why. Once that storms move on through, they just really use up most of the available energy. I'm not saying that areas to the west around Marion, Marysville, London are going to not see rain and maybe some thunderstorms for the next hour or two, or maybe through 3 or 4 o'clock. But beyond that, we're really tracking the severe threat to the south and east right now. We're going to put a track on that line, and Michael, you might be surprised, maybe you won't be. This was moving east at 75 miles an hour.
Oh,
so this is just rocketing eastward at just an incredibly high rate of speed, starting just in the southeastern corner of Delaware County, right down toward Chillicothe, and that's moving northeast at 75, and that's one of the reasons why these storms are so damaging, or potential for damage, because the storms itself are moving 50, 60 miles an hour. Then you add that the thunderstorm gusts. New Albany 210, Lancaster 226, Newark 234, Hopewell 249, Zanesville, Muskingum County not yet under a severe thunderstorm warning. Would not be surprised if that is extended, and Coshocton at 303. So that's just some of the things that we're looking at very carefully and closely this evening as we are really trying to keep track of these storms. And part of the challenge is that we're dealing with, as you are, as they're moving fast. The other thing we're looking at, and we left off with this to the south, so I'm going to get in real close and just walk down the line for you. Western parts of Franklin County, Dublin, Plain City, West Jeff, Harrisburg, Grove City, you're in the clear, but I'm going to be interrupted by this severe thunderstorm warning, a rotating storm again. We'll see where this one takes us. That is south and east. There's a rotating thunderstorm. Tornado possible for Pike, Lewis County. That's through 3:15 a.m. I was just going to head there.
I'd say that's the same storm that just had a tornado warning expire. We were talking about that storm down near the Peebles area that was showing signs of rotation. Not clear enough anymore to put a warning on it, but the fact that we've seen so many areas of rotation in that storm to the south, just another situation where you want to be safe with these storms. So again, that rotating thunderstorm warning being issued for it, like you said, going until 3:15 this morning. Pike, Scioto counties under the gun for that storm. Moving fast as well, east at 65.
65. So we're going to take this back in time, and you're seeing what we're seeing as we analyze this storm. You do see that it's still very consistent. It's not as tight as a rotation that we've seen in some of the other storms, but it is consistent, and it's actually strengthening a little bit where you see that distinction between those two colors. And it's happening in more than one parts of the line, but I would suggest that West Union southward toward Concord is where that risk seems to be the greatest. And again, not probably the normal radar scan that you're used to seeing right now, but we sometimes are taking a little bit of a deep dive and going kind of beneath the curtain, so to speak, in some of these situations, just because we need to stay on top of the situation and let you know what we're seeing. And sometimes the best way to do that is just show it live.
And I mean, one of the things kind of concerning when you look at the wind fields with that storm, just if we can pop up Max 2 real quick, is just how uneven that wind field is. I'll draw the line from just near the Bratton area down toward Oliver, toward West Union, down to Concord. And it's just back and forth, kind of that wavy snake pattern on your screen there. And again, that's kind of the sign that there's definitely potential for some rotation in that storm there.
Yeah, and the track on that, Michael, the places under the greatest risk just beyond that storm. It's a relatively small tornado warning, but doesn't mean it's insignificant. That's soon to be crossing over into areas, again, probably in southwestern Pike County, and looking at Peebles 219, Sunfish 231, Waverly 246. Chillicothe, if it makes it that far, would be around 248, and Laurelville 303. Again, some of those latter communities that I mentioned are not.
New tornado warning. That's going to be near Pickerington, working its way up toward Pataskala, Etna, Kirkersville. So this is going to be right in kind of the heart of the 10 TV viewing area here, going into Licking County out of northern Fairfield County for that new tornado warning. This will be in place till 2:30 this morning. So this one just coming out here, radar indicated tornado. This was located near Pickerington, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So I want to switch back into that interior storm mode. And in this case, this is also fortunately kind of right next to a radar. I think we can probably get a decent view off the Columbus Tower radar. You can kind of see that messy wind field there near Pickerington, where we could be seeing that rotation come through. Those Columbus radar, not quite as good as the Wilmington radar when it comes to what we can actually make out from the storm. So I do want to check the Wilmington radar as well. Kind of getting into that no man's land, unfortunately, where we're kind of too far away to make out anything nice. But I think it's that same area of concern right between Pickerington and Etna in here that I would be watching for that possibility of rotation. And again, with that storm moving so fast off to the northeast at 55 miles per hour, we'll put the storm track on that portion of concern, and that's going to take it out very quickly toward Etna here in about 2 minutes. Pataskala, 4 minutes away for you. Granville, 228, just about 10 minutes before that storm's knocking on your door. Newark, 233. Frazeysburg, 250. And Warsaw by 304. Again, radar indicated tornado threat with this storm and that new warning out over portions of, again, Fairfield and Licking County. We're really going to be moving quickly out of Licking County and into, or out of Fairfield County and into Licking County. I think a lot of that threat is going to be for you guys here in the next 10 minutes.
Again, putting a track on that, we've been watching, again, that same area between Summit Station, Pataskala, and Etna. This is not the normal radar scan that you would see, but we're actually peering inside the storm using some of the tools and updating in real time. The concern is still real as those updates in the radar continue to move in. Between Summit Station and Pataskala, it's noticeable but subtle in the difference in those colors. That simply means that that area is rotating and that radar indicated tornado is possible to reach the ground. I don't know. We're going to check real quick if that is actually producing any debris. We've been watching that. If we can go back to Weather Maine, that will show the area that we've been watching. Maybe my magic track is off, Michael. No, that's not what we're looking at, the penguin there. That's a little bit of something that's...
Get your reset here real
quick.
quick.
Thank you so much. A little bit out of season, but we're tracking the severe weather then as it moves into parts of Licking County. So what we're really watching closely is the radar scan and trying to dive deep inside of that. We will do that for you, and I'll take it from here, I believe, and move that map across to the east. And that's just exiting Franklin County. We're talking about Westerville, Sunbury, Columbus. You're in the clear from this particular threat, but you do see that area right now just south of Reynoldsburg, including Pickerington, north of Lithopolis, Pataskala, near that radar site. And that area, that small tornado warning, heads just north of Buckeye Lake and toward Newark. Newark is outside of the warning right now, but that could very well change. And again, one of the things we were looking at earlier from a radar perspective was what we call the debris signature, the correlation coefficient. It's hard to really pick out with a lot of this noise coming in here. Earlier, that signature was very bright, very vibrant, white and green. We're not seeing that right now, so that's not to be dismissive. There's still a tornado warning that includes areas in Pataskala and Licking County, but that's just one of the things we're looking at. The other thing we looked at very closely, and we just did, was the storm relative velocity and where those different colors are next to each other. Basically what that means is that the winds inside the thunderstorm at 1 or 2 or 3,000 feet up are spinning in different directions. So it's a rotating thunderstorm. And we've talked about, made this analogy, it might sound silly or simple, but oftentimes like an ice skater, as that rotation begins to get smaller, it actually gets faster and can sometimes extend out on the ground. That's when you sometimes will see that tornado. So that's when we're watching. That's the reason why we're looking at these different items so closely and so carefully. And yet another rotating thunderstorm warning. We'll see what this one takes us. It's either south near Pike County, I would guess, or east of the current line that we're watching right now. Let's take a second for the weather system to kind of catch up and do its trick there. You can try, there we go. We're moving in again, the severe thunderstorm warning for rotation of thunderstorm, Fairfield, Hocking, Licking County, wind speed of 60 miles an hour. Thunderstorm warning continues there. So that's something, again, just south of that current area where we're tracking that potential tornado. But this area that includes a good chunk of Fairfield County, which has been spared up until this point, and also down toward Logan County as well. That, Hocking County, excuse me, that is until 3 a.m. That severe thunderstorm warning continues. So we're going to go back to our regular radar scanner for a moment. That particular one that you're probably a bit used to seeing, that's where were the deeper colors in the reds. And this starts in Johnstown, goes down to Pataskala, and then arcs outward toward Baltimore, and then back. And that's where that new warning is issued. We're going to take a look there in a moment, but of closer inspection, of greater concern right now is this storm. And I do expect Pickerington, you're in the clear. Further off toward the northeast, not so much. So we're going to allow to move things around just a little bit here as we track that storm. Again, lifting northeast and doing so at about 55 miles an hour. And that's been one of the challenges with the storm. The warnings are coming so quickly.
Yeah.
And you begin to see a little bit of a difference in that line, Mike. I don't know if you can make that out or not. Kind of that notch inside the line and then some deeper red around Baltimore. That's just for appearance sake something that is concerning, and that continues to be the case.
I'll grab you real quick here, Jerry.
Sure.
If we can get in Max 2, real street level close here, what we're watching for that area of concern is going to be this feature right here that's about to cross Refugee Road. This would have worked its way just in the past couple minutes over Smoke Road Southwest, likely crossing over Refugee Road as we speak. Because keep in mind, these radar scans are going to be around 2 to 3 minutes behind where the storms actually are. So if you're along looks like Watkins Road there in portions of Licking County, looks like this probably has just crossed over for you guys. That moves over toward York Road Southwest, Blacks Road Southwest, Outville Road Southwest. All of these places under immediate threat from that rotating thunderstorm. This is going to be working its way across Blacks Road Southwest probably in the next few minutes. From there on up toward Beecher Road, up to Deeds Road, and again crossing over Outville Road before working its way toward Gale Road Southwest. So these are some of the streets in the area that we're watching that rotation push past at this hour. I'll pull this back just a few minutes here, and you can see that feature we were watching down near Etna right here on this scan where you had those areas of potential rotation. This crossed over I-70 and is now working its way on off to the northeast between Kirkersville and Pataskala. So this is eventually going to continue its way off to the northeast, eventually on up toward Granville, if we see those signs of rotation hold together there, Jerry. So I just wanted to get a couple of those road names in because, again, this is kind of a little bit more populated area than some of those storms we've been tracking earlier tonight.
It is.
And certainly not where you like to see these types of storms form.
Now, Michael, maybe you can scrub that a little bit and maybe go back to Weather 2 to Max 2 and for a moment and just kind of look at that area and kind of move back and forth over time. And one of the things we're watching, of course, is the change or the delta between those different colors. And it looks like that is maintaining itself as it goes just east of Etna. And as you mentioned, near Kirkersville, that's just north of Interstate 70 for a frame of reference, just east of Pataskala. So that is something that we try and find that trend, even if it's only a matter of minutes. And that's how fast these tornadoes can spin up and then spin down. So that rotation, again, is still ongoing. Even though we didn't see debris signatures when we check, we're going to check back again. But that means it's moving northeast and doing so at a very rapid pace. North of Kirkersville, that's Outville Road, York Road, around Watkins Road, just east of Pataskala, just east of Refugee Road, and northeast of Etna. That's, again, areas that we're really concerned about.
Yeah, definitely worth concern here this evening again, because this is very close to the radar. So we're going to get great data when it comes to watching this particular storm move through. The good news is it looks like it has at least weakened some on the most recent scan. It's harder to pull out of that radar data if it is still existing. I think we're crossing over York Road right now, would be my area of concern, up to Buick Road, eventually onto Beecher Road. Again, showing some signs of weakening. We'll wait for that new scan to come by, see if we get a new piece of data there. It doesn't look like we're going to get a new one on this pass. But again, as we back it up, again, you can see where that area of bright green down near Etna toward US 40 came up across US 40, worked its way across Watkins Road southwest, starts to weaken as it gets toward York Road southwest, but this is still going to be pushing its way up into portions of Licking County. Again, if you are there along Blacks Road, that's going to be crossing it, if not already crossing it, working its way quickly over toward Beecher Road and Outville Road. These are areas that you need to be in your shelter as the storm pushes through. That's eventually going to push over toward Granville Road, Deeds Road, areas south and east of Ohio 16, out to the east of Pataskala are the areas of highest concern. Looks like a newest scan coming in now. Good news here, still looking weaker than it did before. We'll switch over to one of the more powerful Weather Service radars, though we are fairly far away, which is the downside of some of these locations out there. Still seeing some of those wind fields that are kind of interesting, but we're not really going to be able to get a good view of it, so we're kind of stuck with that slightly less powerful radar out of Columbus, but being so close to it, it is a good area to get data from, but I think this is at least weakening. But if you're in Granville, if you're in Newark, if you're north of Buckeye Lake, these are all areas you still need to be taking your safe spots at.
So once again, Michael, these storms are racing at a speed of about 50 or 60 or 70 miles an hour. These are highway speeds on top of the chance for a spin-up tornado, as you just alluded to. That trend on that particular storm appears to be weakening, and that's a little bit of good news. The storm just to the south includes additional severe thunderstorm warnings for Perry County, for Hocking County, that go until 3 o'clock in the morning, almost another half hour. So around Lancaster, 224, Bremen, 237, New Lexington and Crooksville, 252 and 258, and then toward Blue Rock and New Concord between now and 318, about 50 minutes from now. But that's, again, one of the things we're watching is just the speed of these storms. If you are into we're going to take a look at this, and then we'll get back to that tornado warning for you. That latest severe thunderstorm warning is to the east. That includes Coshocton, Guernsey, Muskegon, and Tuscarawas County through 315. The threat of severe weather because of some smaller hail and because of wind speeds up to 60 miles an hour. Again, that's something that's just east of that main line, anticipating just the extreme rapid movement of this entire system tonight. And along that line, as we've seen multiple times, we still have seen that opportunity for some tornadoes. The most recent one we're now is just to the south of Newark. So we're going to get back in there and take a closer look, and hopefully we'll get some new radar information in real time to be able to help us diagnose if that's really something that is reaching the ground and is a major concern, or if that is beginning to weaken and improve. I can already tell you to the west around Pataskala, Reynoldsburg, New Albany, this storm is moving to your east. So you can let your guard down and probably catch a little bit of sleep. Granville toward Buckeye Lake, you do notice, regardless of whether or not you're seeing that tornado or hearing that or feeling that, you're certainly hearing the impact of this particular storm as it bows out and pushes east toward Newark. Not in the warning right now, but if you're in Newark, seek shelter. Get your plan in action. Get to your safe place. Basement's number one, interior room number two. If you don't have a basement, then you live in a higher rise building by chance, you want to get to an interior room, simply put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So that's what we're looking at right there as the storm moves northeast at about 55 miles an hour. And while we're down here, we'll take a look at the possibility of some areas of rotation. That's pretty messy. That's coming from the Wilmington radar. So we'll take a closer look from the radar that's much closer by, and that local relative from Columbus, the National Weather Service radar located near the airport. A bit more detail on the color. I think that's the same scan as we just showed a couple of moments ago. So no new minute-by-minute information here, but we're still seeing that area, that signature with some different colors where you see around the greens and the reds, but we would expect to see that back to the south and west of Granville, and right now that has not been the case. So still a tornado warning is in effect for Granville and just west of Newark and just north of Buckeye Lake. So those areas in and around those towns and cities, take shelter and do what you can to keep you and your family safe. And hopefully we're giving you some information that you do so. So quick look at the radar scan zooming in. If you're in some of these areas, I'm going to start at Newark and work our way back because that's the area most likely under the threat. Heath, Atherton, Hebron, Granville, east of Kirkersville. Kirkersville, you're in the clear from this warning. Newark, you're not. Even though you're just outside of that, still seek shelter. A closer inspection then of some streets in and around there. There's 79, there's Irving Wick Drive, there's West Main Street going into Newark. We're getting there's 16, very well traveled and very well known route. That radar scan just updating as that storm progresses a little bit to the east. Thornwood Drive and Beaver Run to the south and west. If there is a tornado with this system, it is now moving to your east. But if you're around Linville Road or further east toward Licking Valley Road, again, that's something we're concerned about, and you should be too. So if you're in and around those locations, if those roads are familiar to you or they're familiar to someone you know or love, then call them and tell them, send them a message, and do whatever you can to help them seek the shelter that they need to. But right now, that's the easternmost extent of that tornado warning is something that we're watching and possibly could be extended as we go through time. So we're going to zoom back out again, give you a little bit of perspective on things. That is the warning, mainly I would think in Newark southward toward Atherton as that storm moves northeast at about 55 miles an hour. We'll expand that just a bit, and behind that, we are looking for in a bit of improvement. Still raining, still possibly some thunderstorms and maybe some disruptive weather around Centerburg and Johnstown and Pickerington, but the severe weather threat is moving to your east. So zooming out and putting a track on that, because there's a lot of real estate. These storms are just moving so fast at 50 or 60 miles an hour. This particular one, again, are just south and west of Newark. Go ahead, Mike, I'll give you a second.
Pass along to you from the Weather Service involving the tornado warning in Licking County. They are going to let that expire. That is set to expire here at 2:30. So for now, that threat fading away enough to allow that warning to expire here in about 2 minutes.
That's good news, and it'll happen in near real time. Again, we didn't see the necessary details inside the radar scan that would have extended that warning, but then we can turn our attention to what's happening just to the south of Licking County and Newark, where that severe weather threat continues. And these thunderstorms, if you're just joining us, or maybe you're hearing for the first time some of those gusty winds and those lightning and thunder and the rain and the hail possible, these storms have been just rocketing eastward at 50, 60, 70, 75 miles an hour at times. That's extremely fast. So you can imagine it doesn't take much of a thunderstorm wind or a gust added to the forward movement of the storms to really get some damaging wind. So I suspect there's going to be a lot of cleanup all over central Ohio tomorrow, especially areas that we've been talking about for a good part of the night. But the clear focus right now continues to be on this line. There's Lancaster, there's Bremen, there's Good Hope, and there's Laurel heading down toward Hocking County. There's Route 33, there's 22, and then there's Logan. Again, is this area probably the worst storms that we're seeing right now in the 10 TV viewing area, and those are moving east at about 60 miles an hour at a pretty good clip. So those will get you a little closer perspective right now. Lancaster, you're more than likely in the clear from this line. It's just moving to the east. North Bern, Swartz Mill, and Bern and Good Hope, you're not. And again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for you all. So not a tornado warning, but still take those precautions. We don't want the pictures of the hail or the lightning or the heavy rain or the wind. We want you to stay safe. We want you to stay inside. We don't want you by windows. Go to an interior room. If you have a basement, just go down there to be safe. It's not a tornado warning, but again, this has been producing some significant winds over the course of the evening, just making for a very disruptive night for many of you, and also the possibility of some hail too. So that's what we're looking at in and around areas, soon to be around Enterprise, around Bremen, as that storm moves off toward the east. So go ahead.
I'll chime back in with just another piece of information for you guys. They have dropped Franklin County from those severe thunderstorm warnings. So if you've been waiting on things to quiet down in Franklin County, we are now good to go from that perspective. We'll take a closer look at Max 2 here, just so we can sort of clear some of you guys that have maybe been in concern tonight. Once you get past that leading edge of the storm, you're pretty much done with the severe weather threat, which is good news tonight. We said it was always going to be kind of a one and done affair, and that's holding true. So if you're in Morrow County, if you're in Marion, Crawford, Hardin County, you guys are all in the clear as of right now. Union, Logan, Delaware counties all in the clear. Licking and Knox. These storms are working their way towards your eastern side right now. Franklin County, Madison County, Fayette, Pickaway, all in the clear. Fairfield, you've still got storms moving through your eastern side as we speak. I'm not going to go ahead and say Ross is quite there yet. You've still got quite a bit of heavy rainfall, likely some lightning. Let me put the lightning back on, going through portions of Ross County. So I would at least keep an eye on things for the next little bit. Your southern side still under a severe thunderstorm warning for the possibility of rotation. Have not seen a tornado warning in Pike County yet, but you've got a pretty powerful storm pushing its way through Pike County right now. Lots of lightning, lots of wind, and a tornado warning just to your south in Scioto County. So this is going to be an area we're going to keep a close eye on to see if we see that pattern change. If we do pick up a tornado warning in Pike County, it wouldn't be the most shocking thing given how those southern areas have worked their way through right now. As far as what we're seeing on the radar down in Pike County, kind of a similar pattern to some of those lower end tornado risks that we've seen here tonight, where you've got kind of that wavy pattern there on that leading edge. So that is a possibility that we could see that change or very quickly change as that storm pushes off to the east. All of these storms have been pushing off to the east fairly fast here tonight. We'll go back to the traditional radar and we'll track that line in Pike County. I think that in addition to what you have up toward Logan, one of the stronger storms, you can see they just added a new thunderstorm warning for the possibility of rotation. That's going to cover Jackson, Benton, and over into Athens County now. So that's the newest warning here on your screen. That's going to go till 3:15 this morning. Possibly could spin up a tornado. It's that same area we literally have just been talking about in Pike County, where again you could see that spin up tornado come to pass here as these storms push their way through. These particular storms also have been moving quite fast east at 65 miles per hour. So I'll track what's to the west of Waverly down into Scioto County. The further south you go, the less kind of northerly motion these storms tend to have. So this is going to be into the Waverly area by 2:36, Rosemount by 2:42, Jackson 2:53, into Salisbury by 3:23, and Sutton by 3:29. So those storms pushing off to the east pretty strongly. No tornado warning in the 10 TV viewing area at the moment, but there is one down in Scioto County. And again, that storm could spin something up quickly. The same with what's up to the east of Lancaster and working its way toward Newark. Again, or past Newark at this point. So no tornado warnings right now, but all that could change very rapidly here tonight, Jerry.
Yeah, Michael, good catch, or good call, I should say, on the area. We're just looking to the south, around just south of Pike County. That area is just may clip locations in the southern parts of the viewing area. We're watching that closely, but the line as it extends further off toward the north, that's something that we're watching. That's why there's still that severe thunderstorm warning in eastern parts of Fairfield County. So we're going to clear that latest warning for you and just leave it here for just a second to give you some perspective. Much of the viewing area starting right around midnight tonight from the west to the east started seeing some of the severe thunderstorms. And pretty much on schedule between midnight and about 2 o'clock in the morning, just about a half hour ago, that line raced through. Now, it wasn't a solid line moving at the same speed across the entire viewing area, but what it did do, starting off to the north around Marion earlier tonight, and then extending to the south and east over the past couple of hours, has brought some gusty winds over 70 miles an hour, multiple tornado warnings. And right now, we're not seeing any tornado warnings in the 10 TV viewing area, but still dealing with plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings. To the west of this line, it's highly unlikely that you're going to see additional thunderstorms of the severe variety. You'll see some downpours, or hear some downpours probably tonight, some lightning or some thunder, but once we get in the next 20 or 30 minutes, I do expect that just about everybody within the metro is going to be in the clear from the severe weather threat. Still a little disruptive weather, but the severe threat of that tornado begins to move to the east. Remember, much of central Ohio was under a tornado watch till 4 a.m. I expect that's going to be cleared from west to east before 4 o'clock comes. And that is a little bit of good news. You do see, however, a couple pockets of the really concerned about with that deeper red and that purple. This one east of Bern, east of Lancaster, and then heading over toward down 33 toward Hocking County, and another one down to the south of Chillicothe and Waverly. But if you're in Circleville, if you're in Columbus, if you're in Delaware, if you're in Marysville, if you're in London, if you're in Washington Courthouse, and if you're in Chillicothe, pretty much in the clear. Not going to say that for the southern parts of Ross County or Pike County or points to the east, but just rest easier if I just mention your town or your city or your county, as things will be improving there slowly over the next couple of hours. Now, closer inspection to some of those spots we just talked about that were not yet in the clear, further off down to the south. Those locations are something that we have not seen areas of rotation, but we're looking at a continuation of that threat in those particular lines. Kind of a broad view here. One all the way down to the Ohio River in northern Kentucky, and then one to the southeast of Columbus. So let's just kind of walk down that line and track that for you, and that will show some of the areas that we're watching as these storms race. And if you've been watching for the past couple of hours, we've been staying ahead of the storm as much as possible, but they're moving so fast. 60 or 70 miles an hour, and that's one of the things that we've been working to keep up with. So if you're in Somerset, New Lexington, and Salt Lick, that storm right around Bremen and points off toward the south, that is a severe thunderstorm, which is again really providing some heavy rain, some lightning, and likely some hail and even some gusty winds as it moves east at a very good clip. So those areas in northwest, central Perry County, do not let your guard down. That storm is coming your way. Further off toward the south, we're looking at locations, we're starting again to the north around Glenford and Thornville. To the east of Thornville, that's something to be in a location to be concerned about. Further off toward the south, as we go through parts of Fairfield County and Perry County, there's Rushville and Bremen again. There is 37 connecting Junction City to Bremen. Right along that line and south of that line, if you live or know somebody that lives there, that storm is coming your way. Further off toward the south, there's Maxville, there's Webb Summit. And we're still looking at right along the county line, the county junction there, that storm moving east at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. Then we go south toward Enterprise and down 33 toward Logan. This line extends to the severe variety east of Good Hope and Bern and Laurel, but moving right down 33, and that's again where we're concerned. Blackjack and Cedar Grove, you're under the gun. Ewing and Illsboro and Union Furnace soon will be. South Bloomingville, you're under the threat of that severe thunderstorm right now, but Laurel and Hayes, you're beginning to see a little bit of improvement there. So continuing, again, just further off toward the south, some spots northwest of Allensville and Eagle Mills, those locations southeast of Laurelville, that gusty thunderstorm continues. So we're just looking at the severe weather threat continuing probably for the next 1 or 2 hours, but mainly south and east of the metro. So we're going to put that, zoom it out for you and give you a bit of perspective once again. With multiple severe thunderstorm warnings still to the east for Coshocton County, Muskegon County, and then points to the south and west. These go between 2:45 and about 3:30 in the morning, all the way just clipping Athens County as well. Behind that, we talked about some locations that are in the clear, but ahead of that line, and we'll put a track on that for you where the worst of it will be. So those thunderstorms could still produce some very disruptive and very violent weather. So put a crack on that, starting just northeast northwestern parts of Perry County, and then dropping south, moving northeast at about 65. So the locations, oops, let me finish my click there. Locations around Logan and New Lexington, 242 and 247. Murray City and Rich Hill, McConnellsville, getting over toward Morgan County, beyond the current warning right now, but these things have been ongoing for quite some time, and the severe threat will continue. McConnellsville, 309. Caldwell and Barnesville at 325 and 336. So even though we're about an hour away from some of those towns and cities, that's how fast these storms are moving. So please be on the lookout there. Now further off toward the south, we're just going to move this track down the line as it's moving at approximately the same speed, and that would put that east of Waverly right now. So Seal, Big Rock, and Allensville, 239, 250, and 301. The Plains and Athens, the first time we've talked about some of those counties and communities in a while, that's 319 and 321, and Chester Hill at 331. So it's really the two pockets of the strongest severe weather that we're looking at right now. West and north of that, for the most part, we are in the clear. So it's in the clear in terms of severe weather threat, not necessarily in the clear for the threat of just some downpours and gusty winds. Put the lightning on there for you quick just to show you some of the areas we're looking at. That still 1 or 2 flashes again around London, around Fayette County, and even around Pickaway County. Clearly the lightning clustering along that particular line as we would expect, and we just showed you some of those severe pockets. But things generally improving north and west of I-71. Still somewhat disruptive time period coming up for about 1 to 2 hours between now and about 4 to 4:30 in the morning as that line races east at a little bit of varying speeds. Michael?
Yeah, the storm system right now, not seeing any of those immediate signs for rotation, but not to say that that can't change very quickly as we continue to push those storms through central Ohio here tonight. We start to clear some of those counties out. There are still some that we have to keep a close eye on. Again, counties, if you are to the west of that main line of storms, you're pretty much in the clear for tonight. You don't need to expect any more severe weather, though you may still have some heavy rain. That includes us here in Columbus. If you're in Columbus, you're good to head to bed. Delaware, Mount Vernon, all areas in the clear. Newark, I'd say you're in the clear. Lancaster in the clear. Circleville in the clear. Chillicothe, almost there. You're kind of working that last little bit of strong storm activity out of your region as we speak. And then as you head further to the south, areas in Chillicothe and into Waverly are still areas that are south of Chillicothe to Waverly are areas that would still need to be at least a little bit concerned here as we head into the evening, as we watch that last really strong lines of storms push their way through. These are continuing to push off to the east at about 55 miles per hour. So there is plenty of time left for these storms to again push their way through and possibly pick up some more wind factor with them. We haven't seen the really strong severe thunderstorm warnings since these storms made their way out of Madison County. That's when we had those 70+ mile per hour wind risk with those storms. What we've seen mostly here has been 60 mile per hour winds and occasional risk for rotation in these storms. So I'm going to track most of what we have here across central Ohio as it pushes its way to the east. We'll go from what's in southern Ross County down into Pike County, down into Scioto County. This one moving mostly off to the east at about 55 miles per hour. That's going to get it into Lucasville here at 242, Allensville shortly thereafter. But it does look like we have a new tornado warning to get you guys informed about here as we pull that information up on screen. This is up for that northern cell now, starting to show signs of rotation. This is covering Coshocton up to Keene, over to Newcomerstown, and then quickly working its way on off into Tuscarawas County. This is going to be in place until 3:15 here this morning for that potential tornado out there. Radar indicated threat on this storm as well with that new warning. Let's go ahead and move our radar up further to the north to take a closer look into that particular storm. Again, new tornado warning being issued, radar indicated. I want to take a quick view inside that storm, see if we can see what they're warning for. It's likely going to be this kind of a messy wind feature that we see here on the Columbus radar. Again, not those real tight areas that we see a lot of times. Jerry, I know you've got the latest paper over there from that storm. How fast is this guy moving off to the northeast?
East at 60.
60 at east. So this is going to be, again, working its way pretty quickly through Coshocton here as we work our way into the next little bit. We'll put the storm track on it, take that area of rotation off to the east at about 60 miles per hour. So again, this is going to quickly work its way into Tuscarawas County. This is going to be into Coshocton in about 14 minutes from now. West Lafayette 3:04. It'll be in Newcomerstown by 3:11, and from that point starts to push off more into northern portions of Guernsey County. Birds Run 3:08. It's going to be over toward Flushing by 3:40 here this morning. I'll take another view just to see if any of the Weather Service radars give us a better look at what's in the storm. Not quite there from the Pittsburgh radar. Again, we're kind of in that no man's land between the radars that we have here, unfortunately, in the east portions of the viewing area. Cleveland radar kind of picking up that area of rotation, but I think what we're really going to see best here is off of that Columbus radar. So we'll go back to that and we'll get a little bit closer in here and put some of those names up on the map where we're seeing that rotation come together the most aggressively. And this is probably one of the more aggressive pieces of rotation that we've seen here in a little bit. That sort of purplish kind of blob there, usually indicating some kind of radar artifacting, but it's the same signature that we actually saw off the Columbus Tower radar with the previous tornado warning that we had down in Licking County when that formed. So this is the area of concern there, just now working its way into southwestern portions of Coshocton County. This is going to be pretty much right on top of Grand Graham Corners right now is going to be pushing toward the Waka to Makita area. I butchered that, my bad. Cooperdale, south of West Carlisle. So again, moving at about 55 miles per hour. So this is moving off to the east pretty quickly. This is going to be crossing Ohio 60 here before too long. Just the latest tornado warning that we've seen issued across central Ohio here tonight, and definitely seeing those strong signs of rotation again down there near Graham Corner. That's where we have that tornado warning in place at this time. The latest warning issued across central Ohio as these storms continue to race their way through the region, and we do still have that risk for rotating thunderstorms really along this entire line down through Muskingum County, down toward MacArthur, down toward Pike County. Just the one tornado warning in place right now, again till about 3:15 this morning, and that's going to be working its way off to the north and east fairly quickly as it pushes through. I'll get a tighter view in here to the map in just a second so we can put that storm track back up. All of the line of storms still under some form of warning here at this hour, mostly severe thunderstorm, but you can see some really bright returns to the southwest of Zanesville, possibly including a little bit of that hail. The bigger concern, though, again, that potential rotation in southwestern Coshocton County, moving off to the east-northeast at about 55 miles per hour. Again, put those towns up for you. Coshocton here at 301. You need to be in your safe spots now. West Lafayette 307. Newcomerstown 315 into New Philadelphia by 329 and into Sandy by 344. Really the latest rotation that we've seen here tonight, Jerry, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's not the last one that we see come across our screens tonight either.
Yeah, and this is an area, Michael, that it was east of the tornado watch issued earlier this evening. It was in a severe thunderstorm watch, and just a reminder that just because there's not a tornado watch doesn't mean you cannot experience a tornadic thunderstorm. So not necessarily a lesson that anybody wants to learn, but it's something that we've been seeing this evening. So we're looking again at the current watches and warnings, or the warnings I should say. They're all east of Columbus. The other thing we've seen is that the areas to the west of that, while we will see some lightning and thunder and some downpours, we are not seeing widespread tornado watches and warnings. In fact, west of Columbus, west of Delaware, west of Marion, Fayette County, Pickaway County, Madison County, Union County, the tornado watch has been dropped there. It's still to the east, but I assume that will be dropped too once this last line goes on through. But just wanted to give you a look at the bigger picture. So let's go back to that particular storm that we're watching to the east as we continue to get some updates. All those areas to the east are still under severe thunderstorm warnings. We're going to take off the radar for a second and just clean it up for you and show those warnings. Those areas shaded in the green, or excuse me, in the orange, are the severe thunderstorm warnings, and the red are the tornado warnings. Now, we do have another tornado warning for Jackson in Vinton County, or it's just, excuse me, Jackson County. That one goes until 3:15, just outside of the 10 TV viewing area. That's a radar indicated storm moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. The other one that's in our viewing area, that is northeast. That's around Coshocton County and then over toward Tuscarawas County. And that storm, again, it will soon to be in Newcomerstown. A pretty rural area southeast of Warsaw. As we talked about a couple of times this evening, a bit of a radar gap between Cleveland, between Pittsburgh, and between Columbus. So this is certainly an exercise, an abundance of caution, but certainly if you're in those areas, Virginia, Coshocton, Linton, Newcomerstown, Bucks, toward New Philadelphia or Denison, then you need to seek shelter from this particular storm. So again, we're watching that pretty carefully and pretty closely. Tracking that out, you can see that it's not yet in Coshocton, West Lafayette, Bucks, or Linton. You've got some time. Hopefully you've had an opportunity this week to prepare and have your plan in place. But if not, you still have a little bit of time there, but not so much time in Warsaw and Coshocton proper or Virginia, as that storm is just a little bit closer, a little bit too close to you, and you hopefully are already enacting your plan in action. Keene, and there's Virginia and Warsaw, again, not a ton of large towns and communities in that area, but that's something that we're looking at. The radar scan shows a lot of that particular colors you would expect with a strong thunderstorm, this deeper reds, but the velocity is something that we talked about this evening, and if you've watched for any period of time, you know that the velocity is something that when we see the different colors close together, this one is out of the Columbus radar airport from Pataskala. those different colors oftentimes next to each other will be an indication of some rotation that might be reaching the ground. The other thing we'll look at closely is for debris. And this is oftentimes very noisy, but if there are some indications of some white or some green combined with a lighter patch, that might be an indication. We're not seeing that here, but that's just something else that we're checking on the fly. So regular radar scan that you're used to seeing quite a bit, showing a lot of lightning, and of course some gusty winds with this storm as it moves northeast at about 60 miles an hour. So put another track on that for you and zoom out just a little bit, because we've had that challenge this evening as these storms are just moving so darn fast that it's very tough to put the entire track on the storm. It's a problem that we've been working on, but the only silver lining to that is that once the storm passes by at a pretty high rate of speed, it's unlikely that we're going to see a continuation of the severe weather threat once that line moves on through. So current track on this storm, tornadic thunderstorm for Coshocton County, moving east at 60 miles an hour. We're going to put a squall line on that for you. That then drops pretty far out of the screen. I do need to zoom out again, so bear with me for just 1 second here. Give you 1 second to zoom out again from this particular storm. Been having that issue quite a bit this evening as it's just moving 60, 70 miles an hour. It's been very difficult to begin to draw tracks on some of those as it's just moving so quick. In this case, moving at about 60 miles an hour. So it haven't zoomed out quite enough, Michael, but if it's the people in Coshocton, West Lafayette, Newcomerstown, and Port Washington, and Gilmore and New Philadelphia between 2:58 and about 3:32 in the morning. Those are the areas that should certainly seek some shelter.
Yeah, indeed. And that rotation area was working its way pretty strongly into southern portions of Coshocton County here. We go back to Max 2. I'll show you what we saw here right about the point that warning came to be, was this area of potential rotation down in the southwestern side of the county. This was not too long ago, only about 10 minutes ago. We pushed this into the future, and you can see those bright colors kind of work their way off to the north of Virginia. So this is likely, if it's going to hold together, eventually track its way likely south of Coshocton, possibly over toward West Lafayette and up toward Ohio 751 would be the areas of concern for this particular part of the storm. Unfortunately, at that point, we're starting to get kind of outside the usable range of the Columbus Tower radar, and we got to start to depend on some of those other radars around the region. And again, we're kind of in that sort of bad data area. What you see here, when you see those purples on your screen, that means we're not getting good data for that storm. We'll see if we can get some better views in there from the Philadelphia or the Pittsburgh radar. Into Coshocton, seeing some strong winds certainly pushing through. The area of concern is likely where we have this sort of uniform wind field working its way to Coshocton. Then we get that little run in the field there where we could have that rotation continuing to be on the radar right now. This would be the area that I would be most concerned with if we do still see that rotation potential in this storm. We'll zoom in a little bit tighter to that spot. This would be near New Moscow, over toward Virginia, up toward the Tyndall area, Pleasant View, south of Coshocton. Again, it's definitely in that area of bad data, unfortunately, that we see, but still enough that they're probably going to let this tornado warning continue just because the Weather Service is going to depend on the same data that we're showing you here as well. And if they don't see any clear signs that they can make a judgment call on, they're probably going to play it safe and let that warning continue. So if we do have that area of rotation, again, moving about 55 miles per hour, that's going to be working its way on up into probably just south of Coshocton. If you're in Coshocton itself, again, I would be in your safe spot right now. This is going to continue to push its way off toward Tuscarawas County. It's going to be in West Lafayette before too much longer. Newcomerstown, every time I try to put those numbers up there.
Yep,
Newcomerstown 315, so. Port Washington 320, into New Philadelphia by 330. We do have that new severe thunderstorm warning coming down this hour as well. That's going to cover portions of Athens, Morgan, Perry, and Washington counties. This will go until 3:30 this morning. Again, 60-mile-per-hour wind, possibly 3/4-inch diameter hail as this storm pushes through. Doesn't look like it has that tornado possible tag on it.
Does not, which is, again, a silver lining we're trying to find this evening. We can go to Max 1 Weather Main. Got a track on that storm already. Information's coming fast and furious. 60-mile-an-hour gust, the main threat with this storm. That does include southeastern Perry County and Morgan County and northern Athens County. That is 60 miles an hour and goes until 3:30. So fortunately, we're not seeing the opportunity for the rotation in that particular storm, but it is something that bears mentioning because it's still in the 10 TV viewing area. And as that storm exits to the east, it's something that we're really hoping continues in terms of the trajectory without becoming a tornado warning. So we're watching that southern part of that line very, very closely this evening as it continues to be something that has got our attention. National Weather Service obviously extending those warnings as almost continually over the past 3 or 4 hours, just warning after warning after warning. And our advice to you has pretty much been the same since we started on 10 TV Plus well into yesterday evening, in that for a tornado or severe thunderstorm warning, you want to stay away from windows, you want to stay away from the exterior walls, you want to get to an interior room, you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Mobile home, not a safe place to be. Hopefully you had an opportunity, a friend, a neighbor, or an area in your mobile home or your trailer park where you can be safe, where you could actually go, whether it's underground storm cellar or just this sturdy structure as part of that area, that you're able to stay safe. So we don't want to send people out in the middle of the night in the rain and storms. So hopefully you have your plan. And if you had to act it this evening, that you did it successfully. I do expect, though, as we go through the next couple of hours, that in the light of day tomorrow or today, that we're going to be seeing some and dealing with some damage. While there have been multiple areas of tornadic thunderstorms and thunderstorm warnings, we are continuing to see just more likely thunderstorm warnings issued. That's not the case still to the northeast of Columbus. There still is that tornado warning for Coshocton County. A little closer perspective there. Keene, Coshocton, and Virginia under the greatest threat at the moment. That storm is moving off toward the northeast. Radar scan, the data there is a little bit lacking, so we're not going to spend a lot of time looking at some of those because it literally is in a what we call a radar hole, and that the radar from Cleveland or from Pittsburgh or from Columbus is shooting a couple thousand feet or several thousand feet above the ground and not providing us with the best information. But there still is plenty of lightning with that, and that's something that as we're watching and tracking this particular storm, that we're looking pretty good to the west of Coshocton, Randall, Tyrone, and Virginia. Not so much to the east around White Eyes, around West Lafayette, around Newcomerstown, Tyndall, Conesville, just on the southern edge of that. You are just on the edge of the tornado warning, but an opportunity to take a shelter anyhow, just to be on the side of caution. Again, this storm is moving east at 60 miles an hour. So a track on that. As we zoom out just a bit, this is the only tornado warning in the 10 TV viewing area for central and eastern parts of Coshocton County. That storm moving east at 60 miles an hour. So we're going to track that out for you. And you saw the radar update right there. That is looking a little better at the speed at which it's moving. West Lafayette, Newcomerstown at 309, Mill at 323, Caddis at 341, Cross Creek again getting well into east central Ohio. Those areas are under the threat of this particular storm. So we're going to introduce Michael Behrens for a moment because, Michael, you've been at this for about 12 hours now.
I was going to say, I got here really...
Longer than 12 hours, right?
Yeah, I got here really early today, close to about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll be back here at 11. So I'm going to go ahead and tap out to the coverage. Of course, I'm leaving you with the capable hands of Erica. She's going to be able to be here with you the rest of the morning. You'll be here late in the morning
Yep, we're
as
going to
well.
be through 10 TV News this morning. So again, thank you very much for your hard work and diligence in keeping everybody in Central Ohio safe, Michael.
Yeah, indeed. And I think at this point, like you said, this coverage probably isn't going to wrap before that newscast starts.
No, we're going to roll right into it. Got 90 minutes left, and the problem is some of those areas in that line of thunderstorms just not acting as fast or as we would like, and there's still that southeastern part of Ohio, which is a concern of ours. So we're going to stay on right on through 10 TV News this morning.
Yep, indeed. So best
get,
of luck on the coverage. I will see you tomorrow.
All right, get some sleep and some coffee in the morning, and thank you very much, Michael. Again, we're going to be watching and tracking these storms. Just a continuation of the coverage on 10 TV and 10 TV Plus, which started late yesterday. The main area of concern, as you can can see from the radar scan, and we'll just walk you through it if you're joining us. Maybe you're a really early riser. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, or maybe like Michael Behrens, you're just getting to sleep at 3 o'clock, but nevertheless, you're awake and you're wondering, what's going on, Jerry? Here's the deal. West of Columbus, around Marion, around Delaware, London, and points of Marysville, Washington Courthouse, Mount Sterling, you are in the clear. Mount Vernon, Pataskala, Lancaster, Laurelville, Circleville, and Chillicothe and Frankfort. There's some gusty winds, some downpours, some lightning, some thunder, but the risk of severe weather is to your east. Go to bed, get a few hours of sleep before your Thursday begins, and rest easy as long as you can for the next few hours. Now, expanding that view, just even for the casual meteorologist, you can clearly see that that line is not linear. It's not a straight line anymore, and that's concerning. We talked about this earlier this evening, or late yesterday, I should say, and that sometimes when that line begins to move at different speeds, several different names for it, but it clearly looks like a bow, kind of like a bow and arrow, and oftentimes the main point of that bow, which is just headed toward McConnellsville right now, and either edge of that bow can be problematic. And further off to the south, we'll diagnose that for you in a second. But we're going to zoom into this bow right now, as it is just south of I-70 and just in the northern half of Morgan County, and put a track on that. Again, these have been moving very, very quickly, so we're going to zoom out just a bit and then move over to a little bit to the west. That will allow this storm to be tracked because it's moving at about 60 miles an hour. So we're going to put a track on that and then move that out just to go down the line and really give you a sense of what areas need to be under the gun or under the gun for this particular storm, and should take some cover and at least pay attention. We got 3 minutes for McConnellsville, about 15 minutes, 17 minutes for Byesville, Summit at 3:38, and Sunbury at 3:47. So that's the latest track of that thunderstorm that is now in central parts of Morgan County. Further off to the south and west, that area still is producing some disruptive weather, so we're going to track that for a moment, and then we're going to come back to the north and hit you again in Coshocton County. Further off to the south and west, there's New Lexington, Perry County, Logan, Lancaster. Those are communities that I mentioned are in the clear. But notice the structure of this particular storm. As it arcs outward here, kind of stops, and then comes down and arcs again. This is an area that I'm concerned about, and that's headed right toward Athens, down toward MacArthur, and down toward Jackson right now. Those areas in, just south of Vinton County are under a tornado warning, but it's this area that's kind of notching the line that I'm worried about, and then an area to the north near McConnellsville that we're also concerned about, all under severe thunderstorm warnings for another 12 to 27 minutes between now and 3:30 a.m. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning for Perry County, Morgan, and Athens County. That tornado warning for Jackson County is until 3:15, and the tornado warning for Coshocton County also for about 15 more minutes. The radar just updated, so let's move up to Coshocton County. Let's go take a second and talk about Zanesville, Muskingum County, south of 70 near Blue Rock, extending down to McConnellsville. That storm moving east. We're going to take another look right now. Clearly, Coshocton, Keene, Virginia, breathe easy. Hopefully you don't have any damage, and you can get some rest for the rest of the night. Not so much around White Eyes, West Lafayette, and soon to be a newcomer's town. We're going to do our best to try and dive into this particular storm and see if the radar is giving us any clues as to what might be happening there. That's not terribly helpful there. Just where that purple is, as Michael said earlier, that's simply radar data that's not good. That's not very helpful for us. So we'll try a different radar perspective, perhaps coming out of Pittsburgh, since it's actually closer to Pittsburgh than it is to Columbus. Nothing terribly impressive. You see that green and the blue next to each other, but that is not atypical as this squall line, this line of thunderstorms moves on through. We'll try one more radar site, and if that doesn't bear fruit, then we'll just go back to something that just doesn't quite reach that far. So appreciate you bearing with us as we give you a little bit of inside baseball, and a lot of times we're at the mercy of the data that's provided to us, and we do the best job we possibly can, and oftentimes in this case too, we're going to err on the side of caution. We're going to let those folks know in the eastern parts of Coshocton County, West Lafayette, toward Newcomerstown, and including folks over toward Tuscarawas County, take shelter because of this tornado warning. Again, as an abundance of caution is something that is still concerned about. So we're going to zoom out a little bit and give you some perspective outside of that particular line. Still some disruptive weather. around Loudonville, around Dresden, around Hopewell. We've got something here in the printer.
They extended that tornado warning out of Jackson.
Okay.
See it there south of MacArthur?
So that extension, the tornado warning coming out of Jackson County is now includes Athens. So that area
That goes until 3:30,
that
Jerry.
goes until 3:30, so 24 minutes with that particular warning.
Moving east at 60.
East at 60, which has been pretty typical of these particular storms. So let's come back on camera for a second, and we'll just give you some details about this particular storm. So
And then, do you see that one? I'm sorry. Do you see
go.
that? Oh, you already touched
Another
base
one.
on that. Yeah, southern one.
Yes, so this is the Coshocton, Guernsey, Harrison, Muskegon County. That is through 3:30 in the morning. Further off toward the south, we're then looking at another warning coming up, an extension of that warning. That one just.
That was the one I just gave
That
you.
was
that
this. The one you just got was for Perry County, Washington, Morgan, and Athens. That's till 3:30. And then I just saw this extension that came out at the same time. That is for areas to the east of Linton and Newcomerstown. That thunderstorm and that new tornado warning that includes areas Guernsey County and Muskegon County, just outside in the eastern part of the 10 TV viewing area. So we're going to go a little bit to the south and focus on the one that is getting close to Athens right now.
Oh, you're going. This is the northern one.
Northern one, okay, the Coshocton and East Central, that continues until 3:30. An update just came across from the Pittsburgh National Weather Service office. The newest one that now includes Athens, again, southeastern parts of Vinton County and now Athens. That is the one that we're watching right now, and that storm is moving east at 60 miles an hour. So that still is showing a very quick eastward track. The track of that particular storm, we're going to zoom out just a little bit for you. And that, again, it's just the speed of these storms is incredible and really something that we've been challenged to keep up with. We've done as good as we possibly can, but the National Weather Service is also doing a great job in issuing these warnings quite frequently. So Oak Hill, Buckeye, 308 and 313. Wilkesville, Lee, OU, Ohio University in Athens at 326. That's about 20 minutes from now. Amesville and Anthony and Wesley and Decatur points off toward the north and east between now and 3:57. So that's a really good indication that we're going to be going on and continuing this coverage until the beginning of 10 TV News this morning, which is going to be starting at 4:25, regularly scheduled newscast there. So again, looking at this particular line, we're going to move off toward the northeast again and just address the extension of that cell that is moving out of Coshocton County and doing so at a pretty good clip. Still carrying the southeastern corner of that around Linton, around Kimballton, that is northern parts of Guernsey County, and extreme eastern parts of Coshocton County, still under that tornado warning. Not a ton of radar data in there, but we're going to put a track on that for you. And that area that we're watching rather closely and carefully continues to move east at about 60 miles an hour. So locations around Cambridge, around Nadenhooten, Denison, Freeport, and Flushing and Caddis between now and 3:50. So some of those locations to the top, New Concord and Cambridge and Denison, those are in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So you've got just a little bit of time. Further off toward the south and east, you've got some additional time between now and about 4:05. We're going to move the map down a little bit, and we're going to actually see if we can possibly get any radar data that would indicate something that would be an indication. Again, the National Weather Service here is in a little bit of a disadvantage with having a lack of radar data. Another thunderstorm threat just popped up, so we're going to pivot momentarily, looking at this particular cell, destructive thunderstorm that does include the rest of Athens County and Jackson and Vinton County. That goes through 3:15. This is a new warning comes out. This one actually goes a little further off toward the east. That's until 3:45. That includes the rest of Athens County. So that's something that we've been watching and not terribly unexpected. 70 mile an hour wind gusts. So this has got that destructive
east
tag.
at 90 miles per hour.
This storm, as Erica said, this is moving east at 90 miles an hour. I don't know that I could zoom out. I'm not trying to be funny about it.
Crazy.
I've never seen a thunderstorm moving that quickly at 90 miles an hour. So that is on top of the threat for some hail and some lightning and some wind. That thunderstorm moving east at 90. Look how big that severe thunderstorm warning is, carrying that destructive tag. So on top of, I'm going to just get in close here, so bear with me. We've got multiple things going on here at once. Most immediate concern is Athens. Alexander, very close second. That's south of Murray City and Nelsonville. Southeast of MacArthur, but around Wellston, and Wilkesville, east of Jackson. That's the boundary of the tornado warning. But further to the east than that, and that includes the rest of Athens County, is this particular thunderstorm, which is moving east at 90 miles an hour. I'm going to try and put a track on this. It's going to be a little bit difficult, but it's important because we want to let those folks know that are under the threat of the storm. And we zoom in a little bit closer than that, so bear with me for just a second. And that track, again, is going to be significant in its length, but you look how big this thunderstorm warning is going to the east. So if you're in and around the Plains, Athens, and Salisbury, 315 to 328, it's flying at you. Marietta, Washington County, 341, and then it gets out of Ohio and into West Virginia. Hand that off to our television partners in the Mountain State. So that is the threat from that particular thunderstorm. Closer inspection then to the actual threat because of the tornado. That would be south. We might have a little bit of radar data in here. We're going to zoom in closer to areas in and around Athens. That will give us a closer perspective to some of those things and maybe the indications inside the radar that would help us to decipher the areas of greatest concern. So we're going to zoom in. There's Athens, there's Alexander, and there's MacArthur. So closer inspection right there. You notice inside that would, from a far distance, doesn't look that ominous, but get up close, it's very easy to pick out those individual pockets of the deeper red and the orange and yellow. Just for appearance sake, something that is very concerning. But from a radar perspective, let's take a closer look and see if there's something that would indicate, and there is. We've talked about this multiple times, and this is the reason we're staying on coverage, because these storms have shown a history of pulsing, and it's not uncommon with thunderstorms in that they'll strengthen and weaken and strengthen and weaken. We've got the benefit there of that radar scan, but what I'm really looking at right now is this area of green and red, very close proximity to each other. And that is just north and west of Wilkesville, and that is moving northeast at about 60 miles an hour. So that soon will be, if it holds together, in south central and southwestern Athens County. So that is what we're looking at, that indication along that line of the red and the green together. That's why the National Weather Service has pretty certain has issued that tornado warning, and that's why that will be extended, and our concern is for areas to the northeast. So that's not something you see all the time, but something that we're showing you to what we're watching in real time. Is you do see those couplets and those colors together. That means that the thunderstorm above the ground is rotating, and oftentimes that rotation can make its way down to the ground. That's when we would get a tornado, kind of a quick tornado. Fortunately, they've not seen very long track tornadoes in this event, and this hopefully is just a very quick one, but nevertheless, we're watching it very, very closely, and that's our major concern. So going back to a bit more of a traditional radar look for you, you can see that just south of Wilkesville, and that area again moving northeast, Athens and Alexander, also under the threat from this particular storm. I'm going to zoom out once again. Hopefully our printer has plenty of paper, because we've been getting the warnings in here fast and furious into the 10 Weather Impact Center this evening. Now a tornado watch for Fairfield, that continues until 4 a.m. A tornado warning for Athens, Guernsey, Muskegon, that also continues.
4:15.
4:15 is the latest severe thunderstorm warning that carries off toward the east. Counties that we are concerned about, eastern Muskegon County, and then it gets into the eastern parts of Ohio and then the panhandle of West Virginia. But we're going to look at that rotating thunderstorm. Nevertheless, that again, that does include Coshocton and points off toward the east. So we're going to let that one go. It's almost clear in the eastern part of Muskegon County. It's also clear in the eastern part of Coshocton County, still around Guernsey County. So we're going to take a quick look there, and hopefully we'll be able to zoom in on that and get a little closer perspective for you. But that's something that, there it is right now, is moving in rather tight to that storm off toward the north and east. Let's get up there. Give us a second to, yeah. New Philadelphia, Port Washington, Newcomerstown, those are multiple tornado warnings still in effect, and that storm moves off toward the northeast, broadening this just a bit. Still that severe thunderstorm warning that includes New Philadelphia down toward Cambridge. But again, this is almost clearly out of Coshocton County. This is clearly out of Muskegon County. But now the latest impact is north central parts of Guernsey County. North of Cambridge, everybody's familiar with that exit on the Interstate 70. Around Kimballton, around 77 north, south of Newcomerstown, that latest tornado warning. Notice the very narrow path of this particular tornado. Try and take a little bit of a dive into that particular storm. Not seeing anything that's terribly obvious, but nevertheless, we're not going to question the National Weather Service, as we've talked about multiple times, erring on the side of caution for this particular kind of storm, as it's shown a history of producing rotation, lightning, and that storm again tracking off toward the east and doing so at about 70. No, this one was moving at about 60 miles an hour. So bear with us as some of these storms are moving at different speeds. All right, so we're looking again at the picture for you off toward the central and eastern parts of the state. Many of these thunderstorms have been producing severe weather, some of them moving up to 90 miles an hour. That's a major concern of ours, and we're looking at the severe weather threat. We're going to zoom it out for you to give you some perspective, and then we're going to get back in. That does show the area that we're watching to the west of this line is beginning to clear back out, and that is good news. To the east of that line, still some concern. So Columbus, Marion, Delaware, London, Washington Courthouse, you're clear. From areas around Chillicothe, Circleville, Lancaster, and Newark, you'll probably see some rain, some thunder, some lightning. The severe weather threat is ending very quickly if it hasn't already for you. So get a few hours sleep and rest easy. To the east, you see this very nasty looking line of thunderstorms, which is still impacting the eastern part of the 10 TV viewing area, most notably 2 locations. Around Athens being one for a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning at the same time. This was the line of thunderstorms that was moving east at 90 miles an hour. So I'm expecting, unfortunately, if that is true, to hear and see some reports of damage in the morning. Please keep in mind, we do not want to see video or pictures of anything tonight. You don't want to mess with debris, down power lines. Stay inside, stay safe until the light of day, until you get the all clear. Just because there's debris doesn't mean we want to see those pictures of that. If you can safely send us reports, different story. We'd like to hear from you, certainly if you're okay. But wait until the light of day, please, before sending anything else our way. Athens, as I mentioned, is that one area of concern that has a Chansey, Alexander, Lee, soon to be in Amesville. That area, you see that deeper red right now, along with some frequent lightning flashes. That's a concern of ours as that storm races to the east. And then also we're looking at the storm just off toward the north. That one is in parts of Guernsey County. We're going to take a quick look there, and then we're going to do a quick track and a zoom into both of these locations as they are quickly moving out of the 10 TV viewing area, yes, but we want to treat those folks exactly the same as we would treat you if you were closer to Columbus or to central Ohio rather than further off toward the east. So still our obligation and our concern for all those folks, but clearly, as a radar scan would indicate now, the storm is outracing the tornado warning around Kimballton, moving east very, very quickly. So around Londonderry and around Freeport and around Deersville is where you might see some of that approaching storm. The other tornado warning to the north has been dropped. This one is for northern Guernsey County. You do see that line extending down toward Cambridge and Senecaville and Buffalo, but this particular area we're zooming in right now around Kimballton is what is most concerning for us. So they did just take off the back edge of that. Guernsey and Kimballton, Odell and Paoli are the areas we're concerned about because of this particular storm. Take a look at the radar and maybe give us a couple of clues as to what might be happening in that. Unfortunately, not seeing a whole lot. We're going to switch to the Cleveland radar and see if that'll give us a clue. Also, not a whole lot. But again, keep in mind that the radars are kind of far away from these locations, so we are certainly grateful the National Weather Service has taken the initiative and issued this particular warning, but it's not something that we're able to really dive into deeper because we just don't have the ability to see inside this particular storm. But I'm going to track it out for you and let you know the areas, and this is northern parts of Guernsey County as that storm races off toward the east. Get a cone on that for you, starting around Kimballton. So around Freeport, 343, Stock at 358, then it gets over further off toward the east around Caddis and around Hopedale. Further off toward the south, we're going to take a look at the one closer to Athens. A lot of people either been to or know somebody or have a family or friends or children that go to OU. So we're going to drop down there and take a closer look at that particular storm. While we do, just a line, following this line from Cambridge down towards Senecaville and Buffalo. Then we're looking at areas getting a little further east of the 10 TV viewing area. That's around Noble County. Would not be surprised if that shows some significant damage as well. Then there's McConnellsville, Meigsville, and Stockport. That's in Morgan County, currently under a severe thunderstorm warning for at least another 10 minutes. And then we get down to south and west of that. That is around Athens and Alexander and Amesville. So it's southeast of Nelsonville. Quick zoom out, then we'll zoom back in. Logan, Lancaster, and Laurel, those towns are in the clear. Pike, Murray City, and parts of Perry County, you're looking better. MacArthur, Chillicothe, over toward Circleville, Columbus, those areas are in the clear. Still tracking this storm, which is I can't believe I'm saying this. It's moving east at 90 miles an hour, and that's the latest right now. So I'm going to track on that, and then we'll drill down into some of the towns and communities and streets that are affected by that. Can't even barely get that far out. Do my best. Athens right now, 321, Watertown 338, Marietta and Washington County 351. Then it just extends into a couple of states away. But the radar scan in that particular area has been showing some signs where we're seeing that red and green. That's a pretty good indication that that cell might be providing some rotation, and that's why we're looking at that, and that's why the National Weather Service has issued that particular tornado warning for that location. We can take a closer look there. We're going to drop down into areas just south and west of Athens. Athens, you're under a tornado warning and a severe thunderstorm warning at the same time because of that storm. And then the south and west of that where it's rotating. So that's, we just kind of touched on that for a second. We're going to move back over that particular cell. That's northeast of Wilkesville, over toward areas, and that's Meigs County, south of Athens. But the major concern right now are areas around Alexander, around Fisher, around the plains if you're traveling down 33. Pleasanton, and soon to be in Carseytown and around Amesville. Longview Heights also in the threat of that particular storm. Clearly, the worst of that storm is to the south of Alexander, just by radar perspective. We're going to go take a look inside of this particular storm and see if it's spinning, and it is. And what we're looking at here, and just bear with me for a second, is some pretty good indication in a couple of spots actually of seeing some of that rotation there, maybe a pocket down to the south, southeast of Rowsville. And again, those, I'm going to scrub this, which means I'm going to just move it back and forth a little bit. And you can see that those areas of rotation have held together over the past hour. So that is something that we've been watching and monitoring. And as we said multiple times this evening, and we appreciate you joining in with us and staying with us, that these storms are not a constant. They move at different speeds, they encounter different environments, they do a lot of different things along the way across an entire state. One of the things that they've shown to do this evening and into the wee hours of this morning is fluctuate or pulse and strengthen and weaken. So as we're doing that and watching that, then that's what we're seeing in terms of this particular storm as it moves off toward the northeast. These little pockets of rotation, indications that the storm in the middle levels of the storm are rotating, and that sometimes I should say, can lead to that extension of the rotation down to the ground, and that's when we would get that particular tornado. So in this case, the radar scan is actually giving us a little bit of a clue and kind of peeling back the curtain as to what's happening inside the storm and updating rather frequently, which is also some good news there. Going back to a bit more traditional, you see how that, I'm going to take the lightning off there because it's a little bit distracting, but you see how that area around the purple and the red, possibility also of some hail. Let's take a look at that. That might be also something that's popping up. Just to the west and soon to be moving in, indication of some relatively large hail with these particular storms. That hasn't been a hallmark of the storms like it was this morning, but any one of those storms, it just by virtue of being a severe thunderstorm, could have anywhere from a quarter to an inch hail in some of these things. So also something else, unfortunately, a concern with these particular storms. So there more than likely has been some hail, but that has not been the primary concern. It's been the wind and those tornadoes. So unfortunately, we're still looking at the area just north of, just south, of Athens. We're going to zoom in there for you, and that's probably the area of greatest concern for much of folks in central Ohio. Everybody knows somebody that went to OU. Many of you have friends and loved ones that go to OU, and that area is on the northern part of the tornado warning. And if this core of the storm passes to the south, that would be a near miss, but a miss nevertheless. But regardless, if you're in Fisher, Alexander, Pleasanton, Shade, Snowville, Burlingham, even Canaanville or Anthony, certainly Athens, this is your warning to seek shelter. That's something that that's something that we're watching very closely and just giving you maybe some clues. Hopefully, those areas are going to be passed by without seeing that tornado or that threat, but nevertheless, you get an ample opportunity to see and really enact your plan if you've got one. We've been talking about the weather impact alert for the past couple of days right now, and this is the opportunity hopefully to put your plan in place if you are under the threat of severe weather. So we're going to zoom out for you, or zoom in, I should say, to areas a little tighter right now. There's Fisher Road, Pleasanton Road, Longview Heights, areas just to the south, still in the tornado warning, but I'm expecting that area just to be a little bit further off toward the south if we're following the clues that the radar is giving us. Further off toward the south, there's the county line. That would be areas around Carpenter Road, around Albany, around 681. That's south of Alexander, north of Pageville, southeast of Lee. And again, we're going to scrub this radar and give us a little bit of an indication of the direction. And again, still moving east, slightly north of east at a pretty good clip. Earlier indications were, and I don't have an update yet, that this storm was moving at 90 miles an hour. Just an exceptionally fast storm. On top of that, providing a threat for tornadoes. Something that we've watched and haven't seen something quite this fast, but something that's still a major concern of ours as we're looking at this storm in great detail right now. Again, just moving along just south of the county line, just in southern parts of Athens County, really. You can expand that just a bit, and you do see the back edge of those thunderstorm warnings hopefully being taken out. Still the opportunity to the south of Oak Hill and Raccoon, just across the Ohio River, south of Jackson for more action, but that should stay to the south of the 10 TV viewing area, mercifully. Further off toward the north, around McConnellsville and Chester Hill, that severe thunderstorm warning will be expiring shortly as the storm threat moves off toward the east. Quick look off toward the north. Still for parts of Guernsey County, technically that tornado warning is in effect, but just radar appearance, save for a very small corner northeast of Odell and north of Winterset. Those locations are the only areas with a risk in Guernsey County. Let's take a breath and look out to the back. I'm going to look at the big picture for you. Things are improving in many spots. We appreciate you sticking with us tonight on 10 TV Plus and 10 TV. We're going to continue to monitor this situation. We just want to kind of circle back around coming up on 3:30 in the morning. Areas that are in the clear, obviously, hopefully you're not listening or watching because you took our earlier advice and you're finally getting some sleep. That would be Marion, Delaware, Columbus, London, Marysville, Kenton, and up toward the north around Bucyrus and Crawford County. Mount Vernon, you're in the clear from severe weather. London, Washington Courthouse, Circleville also, perhaps Circleville, Lancaster, Chillicothe, some showers and storms, but severe weather threat, that's moving away. Further off toward the east, still some disruptive weather in parts of Coshocton County and Muskingum County and Millersburg, Holmes County. Not severe, just an inconvenience this evening. Further off toward the south and east, that's still the last area that we're watching right now. But at the rate this storm is moving, that's going to be moving through in about 10 or 15 minutes. That is east of Hocking County. That's east of Wilkesville, and it's just about south and east of Athens. I expect areas in the western parts of Athens County, you're in the clear. Athens, not quite so much. I wouldn't let your guard down in Athens, but clearly the worst part of this storm is passing by to your south. And look once again in the radar scan, taking a look at the velocity there, and that does look still, let's just call it a little tricky, in that they're still seeing some of those pockets of red and green next to each other. Not quite the intensity that we had earlier, and it oftentimes happens along these lines of thunderstorms, but it's when those pockets persist and it causes the thunderstorms to rotate that we're a little more concerned. But clearly that line is east. I was moving east. Let me redraw that for just a second here. That line of the disrupted winds, let's say, is moving to the east, and it just did it again, updated in real time. That's going to give us a little bit of a clue that it's moving east faster than it's moving north, and that bodes well for our friends and family and loved ones in Athens, in Alexander, and in Amesville, because if there was going to be a tornadic event along this particular storm, as it moves at 90 miles an hour, it would be along this particular line where the colors are different, and we're going to hopefully confirm that with a look at the radar scan as it updates. Again, there's the worst weather, probably some hail around south central parts of Athens County, and it looks like that tornado warning for Athens County has been dropped. So at the current time, not necessarily going to wrap up right now, but we're going to move toward the 10 TV news this morning, which is coming up in less than an hour. Just a little bit of a radar tour for you, and we appreciate you joining us this morning, last night and this morning. Clearly seeing that line of thunderstorms racing east. There is still a severe thunderstorm warning, a destructive thunderstorm warning for Athens, but it's in central and eastern parts of the county. That's headed toward Marietta and Washington County. And while I'm going to put the lightning on here to give you an indication of where there's still some action, that's east of Columbus, that's near Perry County, that's south near Chillicothe, that's south near Ross and Pike County. Still some disruptive weather there, but the main body of rain everywhere along and west of I-71, you're in the clear. Right along I-71 from Knox County, Licking County, Fairfield County, Pickaway County, and Fayette County, you're in the clear. To the east, that includes areas around Coshocton County, Muskingum County, Perry County, Hocking County, Vinton County, and down toward Ross County, you're also in the clear. That last list might still see some downpours, hear some rain or some thunder and lightning, but in terms of any severe weather, you are in the clear. The only spot we're looking at right now, and we're doing so because two reasons. One, it's still under a severe thunderstorm warning in the 10 TV viewing area, but a lot of folks know a lot of people in and around Athens County, and we're going to get you back there in just a second once I get my mouse to cooperate. That area, again, is something that we're watching very closely, at least for the next 10 or 15 minutes. You do see, as expected, we really were just looking at the radar scan here, that shows the area and the back edge of that storm moving east at about 90 miles an hour. We're not going to bother to put a track on it because it's going to literally be out of the state in about 15 minutes. But you do see, of course, some lightning around that and that deeper red and purple moving east. So Alexander, you're in the clear. Athens, I feel really good about clearing you out. Trimble and Nelsonville, obviously, back toward Route 33. You are in the clear. Amesville, not yet. Wesley, not yet. Waterford, and we're just going to keep tracking that as it moves through the southeastern parts of Athens County. So around Guysville, Anthony, Garden, Pratt's Fork, Lot Ridge, Vanderhoof, and Frost. Don't mention those communities very often. We're doing so right now this evening because you're still under the threat from this thunderstorm. And emphasizing again, it's moving at 90 miles an hour. That's extremely unusual for a thunderstorm, and it's something that one of the fastest speeds that we've seen tonight. But that's something that we've been watching and tracking very, very closely this evening. This rapid expansion and intensification of these thunderstorms as they went from west to east. But as you look at the map right now, that is the only game in town, so to speak, with respect to the severe thunderstorm warnings. A couple things to keep in mind if we can come back on camera. It sounded the all clear. I was simply letting people know that they can go to sleep for a few hours, not telling you to go outside. Do not go outside. We don't want pictures of any damage. We don't want to see any flooding. Do not do that in the dark. And if you do during the light of day, be exceptionally careful and cautious. Down power lines can create a threat that you can't see, especially if there's areas that are covered by water. Trees that are over limbs, very susceptible. Once we get some gusty winds possible during the day of downing power lines. So there might be some dangers that are hidden and that you can't see. So when I'm issuing these all clears, that means you can rest easy for a few hours and hopefully get some sleep through about sunrise today. What I'm not telling you is that it's fine to go outside. Just don't do that. Sunrise is around 7:30. We've got a few hours to get some rest. As we get through the first part of your day on Thursday, that's something that we will let the professionals handle. If you do have damage reports and you can send them safely, we would like to hear from you. But I think the operative word there, I know the operative word there is safely. We don't want you putting yourself in danger or anything that you've done to keep yourself safe all night, just to be in jeopardy trying to take some pictures or send a report. To be clear, that severe threat for the majority of central Ohio is quickly coming to an end. Almost on schedule, maybe in some spots a little faster, and that's fine as these thunderstorms quickly move through central Ohio overnight. Multiple tornado warnings, multiple instances of severe thunderstorms, gusting winds, and all the areas that we're seeing in terms of disruptive weather. Almost every county at some point in time had severe thunderstorm warnings, if not tornado warnings. And as expected, and oftentimes we got a lot of questions, and I'm just going to say it right now at 3:35 in the morning. We're not going to be able to answer all your questions on Facebook and the ones that you texted us. We appreciate it. We've looked at most of them when we could, but we're not going to be able to answer them all. One of the most common questions was if we can tell exactly what's going to happen where you live and what that threat would be. Hopefully tonight has been an indication, or this morning I should say, on why that's so very difficult. We really don't know the exact behavior and the exact environment that these storms are moving into until it actually happens. And as that's happening in real time, we showed you a lot of the details, a lot of the things that we're looking at and we are looking for in terms of that threat for severe weather. Hopefully some of the information that we shared during the course of the night and the morning has allowed you to make some good decisions and to keep you and your family safe. And hopefully you're, again, coming up on 3:36, allowing yourself to get a little bit of sleep. So that's just a little bit of an overarching look at how things were and how things are right now. Still not totally out of the woods, and we're going to take a little bit of a dive right now into what's left of that thunderstorm in Athens County. I do expect that the rate that this storm is moving, and that's not an exaggeration, they haven't changed it, so it still is moving at 90 miles an hour. That storm is literally going to be in another state in a couple of minutes, and then it will be out of the 10 TV viewing area. So that particular storm, as we're watching and tracking right now, is just east of Salisbury, that tornado warning, but the cell itself is almost out of Athens County. Anthony, Garden, Lot Ridge, Vanderhoop, this is not a tornado warning. This is just a very fast-moving thunderstorm. So again, that's what we're watching in the last bit of severe weather across the area for tonight and this morning. Do expect to see some downpours around Newark, around New Lexington, around Logan, around Murray, but overall, it looks like that opportunity for severe weather has quickly diminished. So take a look at the watches that we've been working with or working from this evening. A little bit of good news, a lot of good news here. We'll look at the big picture for you for a moment. That does show the entire area, 10 TV viewing area, is no longer under a tornado watch. That tornado watch was allowed to expire before 4 a.m. Areas to the east, that's still under a severe thunderstorm warning. We've got one more area we're watching right here with that severe thunderstorm warning. That is now still for the eastern, extreme eastern parts of Athens County. As expected, that line is moving so fast, the National Weather Service is just really scurrying to keep up. A tornado is possible with this particular storm, as it is indicating 60-mile-an-hour winds. Tornado possible, radar indicated, and that particular storm possibly showing some rotation. So that's what we're looking at in terms of this storm. So there's still a warning out there. We'll get you that right now by looking at this particular vantage point. Our warning map, a lot different than what it was just a little while ago. This storm slowing down just a bit at 75 miles an hour off toward the east. The last of the warnings across central Ohio. I do think this will be the last one, which is, again, a little bit of good news. Warnings which were coming fast and furious earlier this evening are now all but gone. And there's the last of one, still for eastern parts of Guernsey County for a few more minutes. To the south, Athens, this severe thunderstorm warning just does capture Athens, but when we put the radar on here, you'll see that it's pretty much in the clear. Eastern parts of Athens County is not, and then further off toward the south, we're still carrying that severe threat. There's the radar scan right now, and there's that significantly severe thunderstorm warning east of Athens, but southeast of Coolville. So breathe easy, Athens. Friends and family, loved ones, folks, there's students down there, you're going to be fine. The severe weather threat has moved off toward you to the east. Still around Route 50 over toward Coolville, heading toward Parkersburg and Marietta. Still some interest there, but that's out of the 10 TV viewing area. But that's significant thunderstorm, again, moving east at 75 miles an hour. We're going to try to put a track on it for you, but these things are just hustling. So we'll do our best. We're going to, again, drop just southeast of that line. Move it east at 75 miles an hour. So around Parkersburg at 356, Cairo 413, backing up to Alfred and Coolville, still in Athens County at 340 and at 345. So that's an indication of the severity of those particular storms and just how fast they're moving. And that, as I said moments ago, is the last severe thunderstorm that I suspect that we're going to be tracking this evening, or this morning, I should say, coming up on about 4 o'clock a.m. Thank you for joining us. We're going to stay on this coverage since we're just literally minutes away from going on 10 TV News this morning. Based on if anybody in a position of authority can hear me, wouldn't hurt for us to take a break and regroup coming up at 4 o'clock, if not before. And I'll take hand signals or anything else, or people can yell at my ear if we need a break. I know my voice could probably use a little bit of a break, and then you can pick up, pass the baton off. All right. You probably heard what I was saying, Eric. You can slide on in here. You can load your show or use the one I've got loaded up.
Yeah, we can get Max.
We got a massive paper here.
Oh,
go right
over
ahead.
here.
We'll do. If you can go to Weather 2 to Max 2, you can log into there and give Eric a moment to spin up. We're going to have a full forecast for you. And the other thing to keep in mind, we've been tracking severe weather now for about 5 hours. Erica started yesterday morning and now is back this morning, coming in around midnight. Thank you for your and Michael's work and diligence. We're not done. We're not out of the woods, right? Just because the severe weather threat's going to be over in a few minutes.
Right. We are going to continue to watch some heavy weather and heavy rain move through portions of kind of our southeastern corner of the viewing area, and that's going to continue to pile up. We've already seen over 2 inches in some places.
Wow.
So I can bring up some of the precip values that we've seen over the last, really, this is just the last hour. So we have seen anywhere from a ½ an inch of rain to over 2 inches in some places. So this has been tremendous, but we've been and will continue to pick up more rain on top of that. So heavy rain well to our south and east. Columbus, now starting to dry out a bit with some lighter rain, but back to our north and west through areas like Kenton, Marion, Delaware. We are dry at this time. However, we're still tracking some pretty heavy weather from basically Coshocton down to Zanesville, Lancaster, Circleville into Chillicothe, Waverly area, where we still have some lightning and thunder. Yes, it's still raining very heavily, but your severe threat is over. So that line of strong and severe storms that Jerry and Michael have been tracking pretty much all night long will continue to move out of eastern Ohio into portions of West Virginia and western Pennsylvania over the next ½ an hour and really just in the next few minutes as it moves out of the Buckeye State. So we'll continue to watch some pretty strong winds along that line. But again, this is east of Cambridge. This is east of Zanesville and McConnelsville, kind of through the Marietta area, east of Athens. So Athens, you're in the clear, but you are going to get into some more heavy rain here in a little while. But we still have that tornado warning, which is outside of our area. And again, those severe thunderstorm warnings, which Athens, you are just on the back edge of that. But again, your severe thunderstorm threat is over. It has moved to your east. So we'll continue to monitor this and we'll continue to watch some heavy rain at least for the next hour or so across our far southeastern corner of the viewing area. But we are going to continue to see waves of rain as we head over the next coming days, and we'll continue to watch the potential for flooding, flash flooding, and inches of rain, unfortunately. So basically, from what we've seen over the last 12 hours to what we will see through not only today, tonight, Friday, Saturday, and for the first part of Sunday, we are going to see probably anywhere from 4 to 6 inches of rain in our area. It's going to be a lot more as you head toward basically south and west of us toward the Cincinnati area, but we are going to see probably inches of rain that will cause some flash flooding issues at times, but more of an aerial flood issue over the next coming days. So we'll have to watch that, especially for tomorrow as we continue to see some heavy pockets of rain. Now, getting back to the big picture here, and I'll kind of zoom out for you a little bit. We're still looking at some heavy weather back down to the south, and we'll continue to watch areas to the south and east with that heavy weather. But we've seen wind gusts with these thunderstorms, probably higher than this in some cases, but Whitehall picking up wind gusts around 53 miles per hour, Dublin just under 50, Carroll around 54. But as you head a little bit more southwest of our area, we saw Wilmington seeing gusts of 58 miles per hour, Lebanon around 56, and Springboro around 59, where we had that tornado warning earlier this morning, but we'll continue to see some gusty winds throughout this morning. Nothing that was like yesterday, but wind gusts up to 30 miles per hour, kind of through mid-morning as possible. And then we'll see those winds die down as this system moves off to our east. We'll continue to see just light rain around Columbus, but we will wrap things up, and be sure to join us here if you are staying awake. We'll be here starting at 4:25 on 10 TV with the latest, because we do have additional threats throughout the next coming days. So, excuse me, Jerry and I will be here throughout the morning, and Michael here later in the day. So we'll send it back to your regular scheduled programming, and we'll see you here at 4:25.
Let's repair 66% of micro damage. I recommend Pronamel Clinic.